Muy buenos días a todas y todos.
Good morning.
Muy cordial bienvenida a la CEPAL
Welcome
y
to
al inicio
ECLAC
de la segunda reunión
and
de
to the
revisión
beginning of
regional
the
de
second
implementación del Pacto Mundial para la
regional
Migración,
review meeting of the Global
coordinada y
Compact for
regulada
Safe,
en
Orderly,
América
and
Latina,
Regular
América
Migration
Latina y
in
el
Latin
Caribe.
America and the Caribbean.
Tengo el agrado de darles la
I
bienvenida
am
a todos.
honored and very pleased to welcome you.
Poder tenerlos acá en
We're
esta reunión
so happy
presencial
to
después de una
be here
primera
in
etapa.
presence after the first virtual
Y en
one.
esta sesión inaugural
Here
recibiremos
in this
al
opening
viceministro
session,
de Asuntos
we will have
Internacionales
the
del Ministerio de
Vice
Relaciones
Minister
Exteriores
of
junto de
Multilateral
Costa
Affairs,
Rica,
Ministry of Foreign
Alejandro
Affairs
Solano,
and
quien
Worship Costa Rica,
ejercerá
Alejandro
de
Solano
anfitrión de
Ortiz,
esta
who will
reunión.
be chairing this
Asimismo, en
meeting.
este panel contamos con
In
la
this opening
participación de
session,
José
we
Manuel
have the
Salazar,
presence of Jose Manuel
secretario
Salazar,
ejecutivo de la
our
CEPAL,
Executive Secretary
Amy
at
Pope,
ECLAC,
directora general
Amy
de la
Pope,
OIM y coordinadora de la
Director
Red Nacional
General
de
and
Asesores de
Coordinator of the
Migración,
UN Network on
y María
Migration,
Teresa
as well as
Urueña, de
Maria
la Red
Teresa
Jesuita de
Urueña
Colombia,
from the
Bloque
Jesuit Network
Latinoamericano,
Colombia, Latin
en el rol
American
de promotora
Division.
de
She will
actes.
be the rapporteur
Les recuerdo, por favor, que
from
pongan sus
stakeholders.
celulares en silencio.
Please
Espero que esté funcionando
silence your
la interpretación,
cell
especialmente
phones,
para
and
los
I hope
participantes
that
en
the
línea.
interpretation is
Y
coming
ahora
through.
podríamos empezar. Presidente, tiene la palabra.
You have the floor, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Good morning. It's indeed a pleasure to open this meeting on the regional review of the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, Regular Migration in Latin America and the Caribbean. I'd like to start out by cordially welcoming all of you present. On my left, Mr. Jose Manuel Salazar Chirinac, Executive Secretary from ECLAC. He's a fellow countryman and a colleague for so many years, for about 2 decades. From the first time I shared work with him when he was the trade minister. I also greet Amy Pope, IOM Director General and Coordinator of UN Network on Migration, Miss Maria Teresa Urueña, representative from the Jesuit Network Colombia and the Latin American Bloc, and stakeholders rapporteur. Distinguished authorities, representatives from international organizations, members of civil society, from academia, private sector, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor for Costa Rica to chair this second regional meeting on the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration. I'd like to thank Chile for hospitality, ECLAC, and IOM for organizing this regional dialogue that is so important in view of the world context. The Global Compact came about as a response to the need to articulate efforts amongst all of the migration challenges. This involves international cooperation. This was adopted in Marrakesh in 2018, and we know that this is closely related to development, emphasizing the cooperation from all sides, origin, transit, and destination. We know that migration has not only a social impact, it is also a key trigger for development, increasing the growth of the country. It contributes with his or her enterprising capability. That is why the implementation of the Global Compact must be accompanied with migration policies so that they may in turn become a tool for growth. That is why there are many goals in the Global Compact that has to do with data, social labor integration, up to the strengthening of the protection of human rights, diminishing vulnerability in migration, and encouraging international cooperation. Costa Rica, as precursor of the Global Compact on Migration, reaffirms our commitment to these principles, and we believe that we should consider migration not just as a social phenomenon, but also as one that contributes to global development. But the work under the Global Pact should be based on uh, democratic strengthening our states so that we may solve the structural causes that force people to move. As of the last review in 22, the migration dynamics have evolved, bringing new opportunities and challenges for the region. The return, reintegration, one of the topics that we are concerned with that is under the goal 21 of the compact, urging the countries to cooperate, respecting human rights, so that they may have a safe, uh, decent return. On January the 10th, we continued seeing the flow south-north and north-south. We've also seen the adoption of new measures in migration that have affected international mobility, bringing additional challenges. As countries of origin, transit, and destination, we have to analyze these changes to figure out how to continue ensuring safe, regular migration, protecting those who need it most. The role of multilateralism and the confidence between the different sectors must cooperate. Migration is a shared responsibility. The compact reminds us that success will depend on mutual trust, determination, and solidarity among the states, international support from multilateral institutions, financial institutions, academia, private sector, and civil society to meet the goals and commitments. Having that in mind, in 25, we faced a very important moment in migration. My country is still committed with a comprehensive migration with respect to human rights, looking for synergies to harness the resource and promote joint solutions. Here, this meeting will allow us to go deeper into key aspects in the implementation of the compact, addressing regular roads for migration, economic assistance. We need safe roads, governance, and the protection of lives, having in mind also the return and integration, as well as the role of international institutions and policies. This will allow us to make headway proposing strategies to foster cooperation and changes that are so needed. Allow me to recall the spirit that joins us, expressed by the text of the World Compact on safe, orderly, and regular migration. I quote, "We must collaborate, creating conditions so that the communities and people may live safely in their own countries. We must save lives and avoid migrants to hurt. We must support them so that they may become full members in our societies. We should praise their positive contributions and encourage cooperation and cohesion." And I now formally open our meeting, but I also may wish to welcome the Vice President from Guatemala, who's here with us. Good morning, Vice President. Now, I immediately hand over to ECLAC's Executive Secretary for his opening remarks. You have the floor, sir. Thank you very much, Chair, Ms. Amy Pope, Ms. Karen Herrera, Vice President of Guatemala, Alejandro Solano Ortiz, Minister of Multilateral Affairs from Costa Rica, Miss Maria Teresa Urueña, representative of the Jesuit networks with migrants from Latin America and the Caribbean, and the Latin American Bloc on Migration, distinguished ministers, colleagues from UN, systems, and civil society representatives. Ladies and gentlemen, at ECLAC, as of ECLA, I welcome you to this second meeting for the review of the Global Compact for safe, orderly, and regular migration in Latin America and the Caribbean. I welcome to ECLAC, your home. I'd like to thank the General Director of the International Organization for Migration, our strategic partner for leading this regional network. I also wish to recognize all of the countries here present, especially Costa Rica, and Mr. Solana will be chairing this uh, meeting, and all the champion countries who have promised to have an important role, an active role in the implementation of the Global Compact. International migration has followed history and the development of the countries in the region, as you well know, and it is a uh, trigger of our economies. It will continue to be so in the future. At ECLAC, we have included the safe, orderly, regular migration as one of the 11 great transformations in the development model of the countries in the region that are indispensable to go forward to a more productive, inclusive, sustainable future. Transformation of development models is a fundamental task for our countries, as was said in the last session period of ECLAC that was held in Lima, October last year. The region faces a development crisis that is seen through three traps. One, low capability to grow, high levels of inequality, low social mobility, and social cohesion. And the third trap, little institutional capabilities and a weak governance. A detailed version of our diagnosis on the challenges of the region identifies 10 gaps, a decalogue of gaps that we must address to fully change the development models in the region. And one of these has to do with international migration as one of the big challenges. This second review of the World Compact on safe migration is taking place when international migration is at the forefront of political debate. Practically all the countries in Latin America and the Caribbean are part of the migration cycles, whether with countries of origin, destination, return, or transit. And this has uh, been increasing, I'd say, in the last few months or in the last few weeks. According to estimation from UN, about 48 million persons in the region live outside of their countries of birth or lived in 2024, being responsible for 16% of the migrant population in the world. On that same year, the total population of the region was responsible for only 8% of the world population, meaning that we are overrepresented in terms of migration. Seriously overrepresented. USA is still the main destination for Latin American and Caribbeans, with being responsible for 26 million migrants coming from our region in 24. That means that more than half, 50% of the total migrants in the region lives in USA. Spain is also a very important destination for the region. That's the second extraterritorial destination after United States, with more than 4 million Latin American Caribbeans in 2024. In spite of this, um, the interregional migration is still on the rise. The proposal of Latin American and Caribbeans that migrated to other countries has doubled from 15% in 2000 up to 29, almost 30% in 2024. This means we're talking about 14 million persons. This is related to the phenomenon of Venezuelan migration, amongst others. Right now, the migration flows are characterized by irregularity, bringing in tremendous humanitarian challenges, legal challenges, protection of migrants, as well as the growing challenges that have to do with my relationship with the destination community. We thus need more uh, uh, debate related to human mobility, and we must get together and work with civil society, academia, and the private sector. And naturally, I have to mention the excellent meeting of the civil society yesterday with the participation with the many stakeholders. Thank you very much, and I'm sure that this will be a reflection of what we do.
In line with this context, this dynamics happens in the process of return to the countries based on the obligations from the international law regarding the respect and the compliance with the rights of these populations, recognizing and mitigating the risks that are associated to the movement or displacement of people. The international organization is explained by these factors of refoulement and the opportunities of decent work, the environmental works, the humanitarian crisis, and increasingly also the differences of all kind. And we have a very long listed the root causes for the refoulement of people from different countries. And this is also related to the attraction factors that are the result of better opportunities, labor opportunities, family unification, and the search for a better future, which is legitimate. In this context, we believe strongly that immigration should be a decision that is informed and free and not imposed by hardship. And one of the most important features of this is that today the international migration is characterized by mixed flows, including the economic migrants, environmental and other migrants, the asylum seekers, the migrants that are forced to leave their countries at that victims or person trafficking, and could continue with the listing of these factors. And this is the condition of vulnerability of many of the people who are involved. And this is also mixed with the different dimensions of inequality and the lack of opportunity that are related to gender issues, age, the income level, race, ethnics, and the problems of disabilities. And this is also a problem that deals with xenophobia in the destination countries or the repatriation countries, which is incompatible with the factors of development in the society of Latin America and the Caribbean. From the United Nations, we refuse these hatred speeches against the migrant people, and we promote the empiric evidence that can take into account the valuable contributions that the migrants do to the development of the countries in the region. We have multiple facets where the migrants are contributing in their destination and origin countries. The ICLAC and other organizations also show the contributions to the economic growth, demographic dynamics, and so on. These also showed good practices and recommendations for the policies in order to leverage the migration for development. In many countries of the area, the remittances are a very important factor for the households, and they alleviate the poverty. In some countries of Salvador, Honduras, and others, this represents over 20% of the GDP. We should think of this 20% of this, that is to say, a fifth. And in some countries of the country where the population is getting older very quickly, we have people who are in the age of working, and they contribute to palliate the scarcity of labor in some sectors as agriculture and caregiving. During this meeting, we will have the opportunity to reflect upon the things that are working good for this complex for the migration of our region and the challenges that are still on and the actions that are required through policies in order to obtain better results in shorter terms. And it is also indispensable to have the international cooperation for all aspects of migration, and the implementation requires comprehensive processes and the significant participation of the different stakeholders that are inevitable factors in order to have better results from this ECLAC. We are convinced that the challenges that are represented by migration should be tackled in a multilateral manner with co-responsibility amongst countries and taking into account the overall migration system. And the states should respond to the new challenges and allow the regular mechanisms, the protection, social protection, and decent work. We're convinced that it's our responsibility to ensure the human rights of the migrants and to leverage their contributions to development and providing the right conditions to allow the prosperity for our societies. I wish you a very productive dialogue and the best results during this second meeting for the review of the orderly, safe, and regular migration. I would like to share two announcements with you from ECLAC now. First of all, we have a positive element. We are on the verge to have the Forum for Sustainable Development in Latin America and the Caribbean that will be held here at the same premises and in the same facilities from March 31st to April 4th. And we'll have a new regional balance about the progress made or the lack of progress in some cases for the compliance with the Agenda 2030 agenda, and you are all kindly invited to participate in this Sustainable Development Forum. Another information, unfortunately, it's very sad, and this is related to the death of our colleague Jorge Martinez Pizarro, former officer of SELADE, who had an important career for the protection of people, migrant people. So I would like to express our solidarity with his family as well as the whole ICLAC and SELADE family. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for your words and also the solidarity vis-a-vis the family. And I will give now the floor to the director of IOM, who will express her views. You have the floor now, Mrs. Amy Pope. It's a pleasure to be here with you, and this is
Such a pleasure to be here with so many of you, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good friends, and colleagues. It's an important moment in which we're meeting. This is not just the second review of the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration in this region. This review is coming at a critical moment in time where the conversation around migration, the conversation about the ways to respond to the issue of migration has become more fraught than ever. And it's not just because of the situation happening in the United States. This is a dynamic that has been increasing in many of the countries of the region for some time. And so the urgency of this moment is now. The urgency of member states coming together to assess how it is we are doing when we look at the objectives of the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration, and where is it that we need to go if we are to live up to the values that have been expressed and animated when we put together that migration in a historic move in 2018. So I want to say a very special thank you to Jose Manuel for his leadership here in the region and for hosting us all today. And of course, a thank you to our chair, Mr. Alejandro Solano, the Vice Minister for Costa Rica, and a particularly warm and heartfelt thank you to the Vice President of Guatemala, Vice President Diarra, because as I saw dramatically last week, Guatemala is on the front lines of the phenomenon. And the practices that the government there is putting in place are practices that reflect the key objectives of the Global Compact for Migration. And this is a moment where we need to come together and assess what works here and how do we take control of an issue that is one that has befuddled governments and certainly is driving a political narrative in a way that could be quite destructive at a moment where we must be constructive. We know that migration is happening all over the world. It is driving the political conversation everywhere in the world. It is driving pressures on societies that have welcomed migrants everywhere in the world. It is not unique to Latin America, but certainly what has been happening in Latin America over the last decade is something that has been unique. We have seen historic numbers of people on the move, of course, from Venezuela across the Americas, but it's not just from Venezuela. We're seeing migrants come from as far away as Central Asia, from Afghanistan, even from China. We're seeing migrants increasingly look to the Americas as a place where they can find access, where they can find an entry point. And unless we collectively work together to put in place frameworks that respond to what's happening globally, I'm afraid that we'll find ourselves constantly on the back foot and just reacting. And we all know that when we just react, we actually don't come up with the most strategic policies. We don't come up with the most human rights focused policies. And we ultimately can take actions that are harmful to our strategic and economic interests. And of course, the fact that over the last decade, we know that 11,000 migrants have died in transit, but we actually think the number is much, much higher. I had the chance when I was in Guatemala last week to meet with some migrants who are coming home. And you know, if you've spoken to migrants who are transiting through the Americas, the stories they share are harrowing. Women who are sexually abused, migrants who are kidnapped and held for ransom, migrants who are stuffed into the back of trucks, migrants whose entire community will raise funds for their transit only to find that those funds are not enough. So our job here today is, it's a serious job. It's a sobering job. It's one that we have to take quite seriously. And even as we review the Global Compact for safe, orderly, and safe migration, we really need to reemphasize the key objectives, because I think sometimes we get lost ourselves even in the concepts of irregular migration, rather than focusing on what we are called to do within the Global Compact is, number one, focus on data for evidence-based policies. So I want to actually talk a little bit about the data, because I think that would be key. And just as the entry point for this conversation today, which is quite different than if we'd had this conversation 6 months ago, we are seeing actually a phenomenon where more and more migrants are now heading south. So just one little snapshot of that. If you look at the migrants who have been coming south from the United States through Mexico, if we looked at those numbers, just in November of last year, you would have only seen about 0.5% of the flows going south. You look at the numbers today, we did our most recent snapshot just a couple weeks ago, over 52% of the migrant flows are now moving south. And what we are hearing from migrants themselves is, in the absence of access to the United States, many are finding themselves stranded and figuring out what their alternatives are. And so that will put pressure on every single government in the region to start to think about how we address this issue in a constructive way. Now, we had this conversation before joining. How do we minimize the adverse drivers and structural factors that compel people to leave? That's objective 2. But that is a big piece of business, and that is something that's going to require every single entity within our migration network to focus. But that is our longer term objective. In the shorter term, we need to find ways to pragmatically address the issue, ensuring that we have information for migrants at every single step of the migration journey, making sure that we are flexible, making sure that we, as much as possible, can ensure that people are treated fairly, that the vulnerabilities are addressed, that we're saving lives, and that we're coordinating amongst one another. Now, these are not, I'm just looking, as I'm saying these things, I'm just looking at the 23 objectives. I'm just repeating them, because the 23 objectives actually have the pieces of this puzzle. They have the pieces. These are not new things that we need to go back to. If we look at what it is, we recognize that what needs to happen. This is where we have our roadmap set ahead for us. But unfortunately, even though we have our roadmap, I think we need to be honest that we haven't fully used the roadmap to our advantage. We know that millions of migrants continue to live in an irregular status, and they can't get access to some of the most basic services. We know that when they can't get access to basic services, they are vulnerable to criminal networks. We know that they are vulnerable to exploitation. We know that they are vulnerable to smugglers and traffickers. And frankly, we know that the downstream impact of that vulnerability has a negative impact on your own national populations. Even those people who do have regular status can face some serious barriers to work. And when migrants are unable to work, it creates a barrier to their integration. In fact, the evidence shows us a job is the best way for a migrant to integrate into a community and to be part of a productive community. We also absolutely at this moment need to recognize that return migration must be part of a solution. So that means we don't just accept returns on their own and feel badly for a person that their migration journey failed. We need to leverage the moment of the return. And that's what I found happening in Guatemala that I was so inspired by. Rather than accepting that a migrant will be returned and the responsibilities end, the government in Guatemala has actually identified multiple sectors in partnership with the private sector where there have been gaps in the labor force. And one of those that I found extremely promising is around tourism, sustainable tourism, ecological tourism, where there are gaps, but there are currently gaps in the service industry, there are gaps in hospitality, there are gaps in identifying people who have the ability to speak multi-languages. And you think about the migrant population, many of whom will have worked in service industry, many of whom will have learned languages, many of whom will be looking for those opportunities. So how can we actually, rather than seeing the issue of development over here and the issue of migration over here, how do we combine the return of migrants to actually fuel the development objectives of the government of Guatemala in a way that ultimately addresses the drivers of migration? So this is the moment where we need to come together and think creatively, to think strategically, to think about how we address this issue, not in isolation, not just from the Ministry of Home Affairs or the Ministry of Migration, but with our partners in ministries of labor and ministries of foreign affairs and ministries of health, social services and education, and importantly, recognizing that while I sit at a table with representatives of the government, we can't do it without the civil society. We can't do it without the partners who are working with migrants every single day. And so I'm so pleased that we have Maria Teresa Ureña here with us today. And I'm so pleased that this is a representative fora where we will have the voices of how we make this work in a way that is good for everybody. So within the UN Network on Migration, we're also here to help. We're not here just to talk, right? We're here to help states and civil society, the migrants themselves, put together solutions. So we have a technical assistance facility that will help integrate the compact into your national planning. That means you don't leave migration to the side. Instead, when you're looking at your national plans around development or strategic objectives, you think about what are the migration dynamics? How do we implement and integrate those into our planning? And we're supporting that work in several countries here in the Americas. We also have a knowledge hub, which has hundreds of practices from across this region and frankly, across the world. So the work that we're seeing in places like Guatemala to connect returning migrants to jobs is something we've also seen in places in West Africa, in Cote d'Ivoire, where they have a major gap in their vocational skills training. And so return migrants are now being enrolled in vocational training programs to take advantage of the gaps that exist. Those kinds of best practices you are in this hub. You don't need to start from scratch. You can identify what other countries have used, what other societies and communities have used, and tailor it to your own experience. I would put a plug in here for artificial intelligence because that is the other way we're doing it. We are looking at what are the best practices and then thinking, how do we use AI to adapt it to the communities that we're serving? And we have the Migration Multi-Partner Trust Fund because we know that money will always be a factor in terms of going from idea to practice. It is the only comprehensive pooled mechanism to finance migration-related initiatives. Importantly, it requires that people work together. It requires that states work together. It requires the UN family work together. It requires a demonstrated partnership. So this is not just I have a good idea as one person and I put it forward and I get it funded. I'm forced to work with other partners to come up with a plan that has the buy-in of those partners in order to get that funding. So the Secretary General released his report in December. He gave us some very specific pointers on what we need to do to strengthen cooperation, especially on the fundamentals to save lives and address the issue of missing migrants. And we have indicators so we can assess ourselves as to how we're doing in implementing the compact. But ultimately, none of this works. All of it is just words on a page, unless you all, as the stakeholders, as the owners, as the authors of this migration compact, use it for what it's intended, which is to move away from reactive and often chaotic or destructive responses, to move away from the what we see as high numbers of irregular migration across the world, according to the data, and to move toward something that is safer, something that's more regular, something that's more orderly, something that is more humane, and ultimately something that leads to what is truly sustainable development. Not just a word on the page, not just a rainbow circle we wear on our lapel, but something that is meaningful and taps into the tremendous human capacity that exists across the Americas. And I truly believe if we are serious about that goal, if we are serious about where we are falling short and where we need to improve our engagement, and if we're serious about implementing, going beyond words into action, then I think we can harness this power of migration for the benefit of everyone in all communities, regardless of whether you are hosting migrants, you are a migrant, or migrants are transiting through your country. And I believe together we can make this happen. So thank you for being part of this important conversation. And I encourage us all to bring a level of innovation, accountability, transparency, and efficiencies as we work together to take on something that is quite challenging, but could not be more important than it is right now. So thank you very much.
Muchas gracias a la señora Victoria Alde.
Thank you very much for your reflections to the president of IOM. Now, Mrs. María Teresa Urueña from Red Jesuita from Colombia, rapporteur of the stakeholders. Hello, everyone. I would like to greet all the delegations and organizations that are present in this room. Today, I'm representing the rapporteurs and focal points and the multiple voices of the stakeholders that have shared the challenges to implement the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration in Latin America and the Caribbean. I want to share some aspects. I want to underline the presence yesterday of the delegations of Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica that were on this side of the table. I hope I'm not forgetting someone in the moderation we had yesterday. Probably I will be missing someone who was with us yesterday. I would like to share as well, and I would like to underline the presence of local authorities, national mechanisms of human rights, ombudsman, and for us, it's been very important for the consultation to take into account other entities, not only ourselves. 3 months ago, the team assumed the task of preparing the hearings of a multi-stakeholders consultation, and everything appears today as something positive. At that point in time, when we started, we didn't expect this frontal attack that migrants are living. We didn't suspect that hotels would become detention areas, and having a tattoo would be proof to send someone to maximum security centers. We are fully aware that multilateralism is also being struck, and that the bases that supported them are being discussed not only by an anti-right, anti-migrant rhetorics, but by regressive and violent practices. In less than 2 months, several red lines have been broken with the mutism of the international community. The pieces of our puzzles are reaccommodating themselves, and migrants are the transaction coin in this process. The cutback of cooperation that is endangering institutions that help migrants and the public institutions of our countries make the transactional process even more notorious. For some, this crisis is new and different. From some, it is a deep and continuity of a model that has been imposed in the region for several years. Time will say if this is new or something that is ongoing. Justifying deportations is mining the basis of multilateralism. Yesterday, when we had the interventions from several colleagues, migrant colleagues, their calls of attention and questionings were clear. And I think that it is important to listen to that, because even though it is important to bring data and figures, the voices of persons have to be in the center of this debate. And they question us. How many more migrants need to die or disappear along the road, and how many massacres must happen to have justice and not impunity? We were also reminded that solidarity actions can be more protective and dignifying when migrants try to integrate themselves. We have to invest in childhood, and that is profitable for our societies. Political will and the articulation of national governments are crucial to obtain answers for their lives. Migrants support many of the economies and operation of our countries, even though they do not have rights, despite their fiscal contributions. And basically, we are defending the protection of life and dignity of human beings. That is what is at stake today. I would also like to share with you some other calls that we've heard during the revision period. We will forward the report. There is a draft available. Some governments have requested it. We hope it will contribute to the review. Some points are the importance of regularization as a way to have access to rights. But our calling is that this should be a path towards real integration. For this to be possible, we need permanent regularization procedures adapted to the migratory condition of persons, taking into account vulnerabilities and eliminating barriers through procedures and requirements that should be simple. The protection of migrant children, sexual diversities, ethnic minorities, all that needs to continue to be an explicit commitment of the United Nations agencies that work in migration, and also of the governments and their policies. Consular services are a must. They must be strengthened to be up to the level requested today. Inclusion implies access to decent employment and jobs and social dialogue. We mustn't forget that we need to take care of migration in its relationship with other global causes. We need to facilitate the access to decent jobs, as I said, and persons must have access to validation and certification so that they can integrate themselves in a better way. Regarding the causes, we mustn't forget that it is true that there are many causes. There are multiple causes for migration. Many of them are connected, and we have to be strategic in finding out which we need to take more care of, because many of those causes are related to other global crises. When the general director mentions the Dariel, I would like, as a symptom, the Darien is also an evidence of the lack of protection and the difficulties of integration that persons have lived after the pandemic. Many were only forced to cross that route knowing the risks that they were facing due to the difficulties that they have to stay in other countries.
Thinking of the link with development is important, but we should not lose sight of the structural issues that lead to an each time more vulnerable migration. We need a migratory approach based on human rights, not securitization. And we need regional integration mechanisms for coordination to facilitate these processes and now optimize each time more scarce resources. We must combat discrimination, xenophobia in public speech, especially when these are used with electoral purposes, and to create polarization in society. To strengthen the implementation of the Global Compact in the region, it is essential to have coordinated action based on the evidence that ensure the well-being of people. These are not just mere numbers. Migration is not a risk to national security. Regularization policies ensure information for the states. We see with concern pressures and concessions towards the externalization of borders and third-party involvement between inverted commas, safe countries. We insist states are responsible for protecting the human rights of all people in their jurisdiction. We advocate to not criminalize the organizations that assist, to guide and represent migrants. We must give priority to the efforts and conditions to ensure the right to remain in communities and also the participation of migrants and organizations in the design, execution, and assessment of public policy that contribute to their success. Once again, we insist nothing about migrants without migrants. And to close, we know that in this meeting there are several people convinced to the migrant cause, but we cannot but mention the elephant in the room. We ask, in this scenario, on which side of history do we wish to remain, referring not only to stakeholders, also UN agencies and states. We must be coherent if we're going to transform and have a positive impact on communities, if we wish to transform the causes and advocate in favor of development. We must take a distance from the dreadful practices that we're seeing with the population deported and doubly discriminated against. We make a call to respect the rule of law, the agreements, power, and meet judicial orders. Migration must be addressed conventionally based on human rights. Human dignity cannot be left to one side. We cannot lose sight that these third-party agreements, supposedly safe countries, are an additional challenge for receiving countries in response to their return communities, as well as ensuring the protection of foreigners and effective reintegration. And to close, we must emphasize that migrant-based organizations and civil society, academia, unions, and other stakeholders are all committed to work jointly and are in a connected way with the organizations represented here to respond in line with the needs and interests of migrants. We require regional leadership that promotes a cooperation among countries and the integration that we used to enjoy to facilitate the most ancient phenomenon affecting humanity, migration. it has been the governments of Latin America that drove forward a human rights-based approach in negotiating the Global Compact, and we're hoping that next year they may maintain this line, and that participation by the civil society that we have been working with since Marrakesh may also be considered as in a roadmap and ensuring our participation. And with this, I would like to close. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
I thank Mrs. Grenia, who has shared the conclusions of the stakeholders. And with this, we end this opening session. And now would like to make an announcement, and then I will hand over to the Secretariat. The announcement is to remind delegations that everyone who wishes to take the floor in the different panels, there is a desk just outside the room for you to register. This will be the mechanism that we will work with over the next 2 days. Secretariat, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, Chairman. And now we would like to invite the entire group to the official photograph in the area of La Teja that I'm sure you know, but we will point you in the direction because it's in the entrance in front of the lake and that we should all stand there. They say that this is the most difficult part of the meetings. I hope it's not that difficult for us all to meet in one group, but I think it would be very good to begin the day in this way, showing everyone who has attended and how we will work together among governments and stakeholders. And so we will go to La Teja, just outside, and after a short break, we will return to begin the next panel at 10:15. No, we will never make that time. No, it is now 10:06. But let's try and be as quick as possible to begin the next panel on time. Thank you, Secretary. We will try to resume at 10:20. I'm sure others would like to take a cup of coffee, but let's try and be as quick as possible. And we see you back here in no more than 15 minutes. Thank you.
¿Quieres que yo venga para acá? ¿Quieres que... ¿Ya agarraste asiento? Ahí, y la Eli.
Les agradezco que vayamos tomando.
Let us please be seated, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. Estamos terminando el
Vamos a reiniciar nuestros trabajos.
Let us resume our work.
We're going to resume now our
Let us resume our work trying to cover lost time, but not really lost because we were in the photo session. Let us now start with the high-level panel on regular pathways. I hand over to Paula Beruti, a human rights officer from the Regional Office for South America for the High Commissioner for Human Rights. You have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente. Bueno, buenos días.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I greet all of the authorities, representatives from civil society, and colleagues. Welcome to the high-level panel on regular pathways to encourage regular, orderly migration for all persons. Here we have civil society and government officials as well as stakeholders.
Intercambios
developing this is a crucial issue for the protection of the human rights and consequently for the office of the High Commissioner of the Human Rights that I am representing today. This high-level panel is intended to see the link between the regular migration and sustainable development and the different benefits of this safe and regular migration. The different parties have will be participating in this debate based on three dimensions that are interrelated, improving the access of migrant people to the legal identity and the programs and mechanisms of regularization in the welcoming countries as a condition for the sustainable integration, facilitating the access to the right ways for the opportunity for the migrants, the people in situ, and providing or permitting this development. The different ways are clear mechanisms that the states can use to reduce the risk for the violation.
Gracias, Luis. Los estados pueden
The
utilizar
states can use to reduce the violation of the human rights and the situation of employability related to the migration, the global pact for the secure and orderly migration is an element that is a core piece for the migration governance. We need regular and predictable channels to give people the opportunity to migrate with dignity, to create stronger communities, fairer economies, and more trustworthy institutions. The panel here present is made up of Mauricio Jaramillo Hasir, Vice Minister of Multilateral Affairs of the Colombian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Jaramillo is a distinguished academic, author of several articles on research studies, and an expert in political science and international relations. We receive also Mrs. Antoinette Richard in the program of planning of Jamaica. Mrs. Rich is an expert in community development with notable contributions to Jamaica Community Renewal Program and to the plans for the national security and correctional services sector within the framework of the Vision 2030. We are also joined by Mrs. Luana Medeiro, Director of the Department of Migration of the Ministry of Justice and Public Security of Brazil, overseeing national policies on migration, refuge, and asylum, as well as the fight against human trafficking and smuggling of migrants. Mrs. Medeiro was the General Coordinator of the National Committee of Refugee, and she has vast experience in the areas of higher education regulation, economic regulation, and migration. I would like to take this opportunity as well to congratulate and recognize the decision of Brazil and Jamaica to be part of the Champion Country Initiative as a pioneer country in the application of the Global Compact for Migration, an initiative of the United Nations Network on Migration, to highlight that Jamaica is the first country in the Caribbean to do so. Finally, I introduce you to Mr. Diego Morales, Director of Litigation and Legal Defense of the Center of Legal Social Studies in Argentina. He has extensive experience in strategic litigation, migration legislation, and the development of legal clinics. His academic experience in migration and human rights is also noteworthy. We hope that this panel will enable the sharing of knowledge and tools to support the development and strengthening of regular migration channels in our continent. In particular, the expected outcomes include a report containing key recommendations from a public policy perspective for establishing, improving, and expanding regular migration channels in Latin America and the Caribbean based on the data and successful examples of the region and the dissemination of best practices and examples related to these issues related to the panel for the replication in other countries of the region to Started this regional dialogue, we invite Mrs. Amy Pope, Director General of the International Organization of Migration and coordinator of the United Nations Migration Network. I would like to point out that Mrs. Pope is the first woman to hold this position in over 70 years of history of the organization. Mrs. Pope has a solid background in migration issues, having held relevant positions in different administrations in the United States, where she has developed different strategies for the care of victims of human trafficking, resettlement of refugees, and addressing migration and climate change, among other things. Muchas gracias. Primero que
Again to the Vice President of Guatemala, who is joining me in this conversation to introduce the topic and to bring some real world perspective. If you know me, you will know that the conversation around regular pathways is one of my favorite conversations to have because this is where we actually realize the magic of migration. You know, we start with the premise that migration is human and that migration has driven human development since humans began. The fact that we're all sitting here today reflects in some ways a migratory past. Myself, I have roots in the Americas, in Guyana and in Jamaica, by way of family that came from places like India and the west coast of Africa. And I'm just one example of what we see repeated millions and millions and millions and millions of times, especially around the Americas. So just starting the conversation with a recognition that to speak about migration is to speak about human development, I think is an important place to ground everything that follows. But it's also important to recognize that the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration not only embraces the concept of regular migration and pathways for regular migration in its Objective 5, but multiple objectives within that compact lead us to the conclusion that having people migrate on a safe, regular, legal pathway is far more preferable to having people who are subjected to abuse when they're migrating irregularly, subjected to exploitation, subjected to trafficking, subjected to a whole range of circumstances that go well beyond their control. So when we want to talk about how do we manage the phenomenon that's happening here in the Americas, we have to start with a conversation around pathways. Now, I'm a little bit obsessed with going through the compact and all the ways that it gives us a path forward, our own pathways, right? And if you look, it's not just Objective 5, making sure we have available pathways. It's also making sure that there's fair and ethical recruitment. Right, we're not about having cheap labor go to where they can find any job. We're looking at how do we use migration as a tool for development for the migrant herself, the country she comes from, or the country she goes to. So having fair and ethical recruitment and safeguarding conditions for decent work is absolutely fundamental. Making sure migrants in Objective 4 have the proof of identity, and that they have adequate documentation so that they are able to be paid fairly, so that they are able, as we see in Objective 22, establish mechanisms to bring along their Social Security benefits or other earned benefits. We know that migrants are actually leading to sustainable development, whether it's in countries like Argentina, where 4.5% of the GDP contributions came from international migrants, or in Chile, where 11.5% of the GDP came from international migrants. But it's also their remittances. We saw, for example, in Guatemala, over 20% of remittances are fueling the economy, their economy there. So promoting faster, cheaper ways to transfer money so that more of the money that is made by migrants in these safe and regular pathways goes back into the communities they come from. We also know that part of our planning has to include skills development, because we're seeing skill shortages develop across the Americas, whether it's in the green transition, whether it's in manufacturing, whether it's in agriculture or technology. So ensuring that migrants are part of the solution to a phenomenon that we are seeing across the world. The fact that we saw labor shortages in Guatemala actually isn't an anomaly. We're seeing labor shortages in Mexico. We're seeing labor shortages in Brazil and Uruguay and the Caribbean countries across the world. So starting to take these factors and put them together into a workable formula is really the goal here. I want to also recognize that we can't forget the diaspora themselves, right? The diaspora, people who have taken a pathway, who are now living in a new country, who now have access perhaps to new skills, new languages, new networks, are critical to ensuring that our pathways conversation is one that works well and reaches the people that we are trying to target. Objective number 19. And recognizing that ultimately when we do this well, we are not only strengthening our transnational response to smuggling, but we are preventing, combating, and eradicating the trafficking in persons. So ultimately, the conversation we're having today is a conversation that is about how we get our arms around the situation that's happening in the Americas, recognizing that the drivers of migration, the push for migration is only going to increase. Of course, there's increased conflict around the world, but more importantly, there's increased inequality, increased violence, increased instability, and increased pressures resulting from the impacts of climate. More communities are facing more ferocious storms. More communities are facing floods. More communities are facing desertification and drought. And we know that if people can't make a living, if they are farmers, for example, who are reliant on the land to make a living and they can't do so, then migration becomes their most normal human adaptation response. So if we want to move away from people who are migrating in reaction to something to people who are moving toward better economic development, more reflective, inclusive, sustainable, strategic economic development, talking about regular pathways is absolutely key. Now, when we talk about it, it's not just about the mechanism itself. It's not just the visa itself, although that is an important conversation and it quickly can become quite technical. But it's also about how do we make sure our border management processes work? How do we make sure immigration processes are appropriate for the moment? How do we make sure they're tied to skills and labor market needs? And how can we leverage, as I said earlier, the return of migrants so that they likewise can be part of a more sustainable development? Where migrants have already migrated irregularly, it makes sense to look at regularization, bringing people into an open system where we know who they are and we know what their skills are, we know what their vulnerabilities are, and we ensure that they're part of the formal economy as opposed to informal economy where they're more likely to be exploited and underpaid. So our goal here today is to think about how we pull together these various pieces of the Global Compact, looking at some good examples of what's working. Take example, for example, looking at the Venezuelan migrants in Peru. I'm going to Peru tomorrow. The Venezuelan migrants there are representing $530 million in contributions. 96% of the money that they made actually stayed in the country. Only 4% of that went home. So that is a net benefit for Peru. Also recognizing that it's not a one size fits all. It's not, we can't just talk about the economic benefits without recognizing the responsibility to integrate people well into communities, to address what might be pressures on social services, education, or health, and taking on both sides of the coin. We also know that the potential fiscal impact of regularizing and formally integrating migrants will ultimately lead to higher revenues for government. So while there's a short-term expenditure in order to go through the process of regularizing, bringing people into the formal market actually increases the total amount of tax revenues. And we saw that as well in Peru, where they regularized more than 280,000 migrants over the last 2 years. Now, it's not just Peru. We're seeing this play out all across the Americas. Colombia led the way, of course, when they began regularizing migrants several years ago. We also have the labor migration traceability system this was developed in Costa Rica just a couple of years ago. It's assisted more than 46,000 migrant workers coming from Panama and Nicaragua. It's not just about their regularization, it's about registering them and getting them access to the formal labor market in the agriculture sector. So really the point here is that if we want to realize the promise of migration, we got to look beyond what's just happening at our borders. We need to invest in these targeted approaches that links the migration trends and the labor market needs with our development investments in especially vulnerable communities so that we are enabling migration as a tool for the development of these communities and moving away from reliance on foreign assistance year on year on year. We also know that unless we get every one of you here in this room thinking through, actively engaging, bringing your experiences from wherever you come from, whatever sector you can come from, we won't succeed. So I'm very much looking forward to the engagement of our panelists. And it doesn't mean we all have to agree with one another, and it doesn't mean we need to sugarcoat what are some hard realities. If we're going to succeed here, we need to take those on, and we need to be clear about what's missing and how we can fill those gaps. Ultimately, I think this is about creating practical, real life solutions for real people who many of us have had the pleasure of working with. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Pope, for these words. To continue then with the introduction to the panel, I would like to welcome the participation of Mrs. Karen Herrera, Vice President of the Republic of Guatemala. Mrs. Herrera is a biochemist with an outstanding academic career spanning more than 30 years, an environmental activist, a defender of clean water, of the regulation of drinking water, and of public education, among other things. Dear delegates from the states of Latin America, representatives of ECLAC and IOM, representatives from the civil society, organizations of migrants, private sector, public at large. I would like to thank you for the invitation to Guatemala by the organizers of this important event that are also participating here, and I want to thank the government of Chile as our host. It is a pleasure for me to participate with the other guests in this panel. I would like to underline the commitment of representing Guatemala here, not only to contribute to dialogue, but raising our voice for people in mobility. We need their rights respected. We need to articulate our efforts to approach migration, to enable regular pathways, so that we turn migration into an alternative and not a risky need. In Guatemala, we've made progress in recognizing the rights of migrants thanks to the implementation of a legal regulation specialized in migration. The Vice Presidency of Guatemala has some specific roles provided for by the Constitution of the Republic, and so it is in charge of the National Migration Authority, a collegiated body that has to formulate and supervise the migratory policy. From there, we follow up the implementation of the comprehensive and humanitarian migration agenda. We have the responsibility of working for the well-being of migrants without, regardless of their origin, creed, or gender. These policies, public policies, allow interinstitutional cooperation, sharing responsibility, and guaranteeing human rights. At the same time, two important attainments. The Migration Code, which defines the migratory work as an effort that has a focus on human rights and that is institutional. Based on this code, several systems have been created the National Migration Institute, the National Migration Institute, amongst others. The second one was approved at the end of 2023 in the framework of the National Migration Framework, which is a migration policy. And we are following up all these areas during this year. We have some principles included in the Global Compact and provides a strategic vision to deal with migration. 41 institutions of the state participate there, and the four strategic axes are protection of rights of vulnerable groups, the integration and reintegration in a sustainable way, consular support, and migration and sustainable development that encompass regular migration. 2024, we began implementing all this. Given the current international and national situation, we have the Return to Home Plan, support our fellow citizens in the United States to guarantee a dignified reception and help them reintegrate in the economic and social life of Guatemala. Up to 12 March of this year, we have received 8,481 Guatemalan migrants that have returned. This plan is designed in order to be implemented in 3 stages. The first one is close to you, trying to provide humanitarian support. It guarantees consular support to our fellow citizens, to the returned migrants that at that point still live in the United States. And there's an implementation of a plan to support migrants abroad. They work with that too. And we have 3 other axes: consular strengthening, communication through platforms and digital apps, and political incidents. Then second phase, dignified return, humanitarian support at the center of support to those that return via airplanes or by land. One in Guatemala, the other one in San Marcos department. So there's a warm and respectful reception. The infrastructure has been improved. It is much better than what we had last year. And also, then we have a registry for follow-up, which are the competencies, what is it that they want, to what kind of job they would like to be related to, and we also learn about their family conditions. All this with an informed consent. If the migrant doesn't want to, he doesn't provide the information. Personal documentation services are provided. Some left very young and they don't have the documents. Information, orientation, and referral to temporal shelters if they don't have families in the country. During this stage, we also take care of the victims of trafficking, which is one of the crimes related to irregular migration. And also, we provide care to those who arrive to Guatemala with addiction, synthetic drug consumption, for instance. This second phase is more difficult, especially the part of giving follow-up to those who want to be put in touch with a shelter or a job. There's a delay because of stigmatization. There's a contagion of stigmatization, discrimination in some sectors of the population towards returned Guatemalan migrants. We have tried to avoid this, but this has made things difficult, for instance, for renting the facilities we need. Through INTECAP, we are certifying the competences that those that are returning have acquired in other countries, and we provide scholarships to validate those competences through another app, which is called Oportunidad, which is still being strengthened, but we do an intermediation between them and some job possibilities. Then stage 3, new opportunities. We want to have an impact upon audited communities. We want to rewrite life plan. The purpose is to facilitate the access to education programs, health and housing programs, and labor mobility to working visas, temporary working visas that we have with the United States, Spain, Mexico, and Canada. So Guatemalans have the possibility of fully developing themselves without being forced to leave the country. Our home return plan is followed by ministries like economic development, and the entrepreneurs have been invited to visualize the employment opportunities. Then we have social development and the National Council for Food Security. At the end of 2024, we had a meeting on trafficking in persons. This was in the Trifinio region, and there we launched the model of human mobility in the Trifinio platform that allows us to have specific data with regard to other migrants that cross our borders, and persons for whom the destination is basically the United States. We mustn't forget that migrants have acquired these competencies. They do a very important job. They maintain their families, they contribute to helping their children have an education that can go up to university level. And we have to understand this clearly because they are a fundamental part of the economy of the country. Remittances in Guatemala in 2024 were $21 billion, which is 16.4% of the GDP. The governments and the organizations that we represent, we are committed with this, even though we need to work cooperatively and in alliances to make this effort sustainable. I have shared with you a little of the experience of Guatemala. We're willing to hear from the good practices and lessons learned around the region, believe that we will have positive results that together with the advance of other regions will contribute with inputs for the forum in 2026. We hope that forum will reflect the progress made in a more humane governance of international migration. I have always said, beyond the data that I shared of the Guatemalans, the number of Guatemalans that have come back, there's a number, but there are persons behind those numbers. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Vice President Herrera, for your speech. As noted at the opening, the experience of countries in the region shows that we can make migration work for everyone. We can allow families to migrate, to reside, and to work in a regular way. This not only contributes to their well-being, but to that of the society as a whole. This reinforces social inclusion, improves the provision of public services, and brings economic benefits. I would like to emphasize the relationship between migration regularization as a precondition for sustainable development, and also the contributions of migrations to development and the regular channels for labor migration and access to decent work. To address these issues, it is my task to ask the panelists questions to guide a constructive dialogue. I will ask each panelist 2 questions in 2 rounds, and the panelists will have time to answer. Karina will control so we can have a more fruitful conversation. The first question for Dr. Jaramillo,
which is as follows. In your criteria, why is it important to facilitate migrants' access to legal identity and regularization, and what are the main benefits for both migrants and host countries? Well, thank you, Paula, and the organizers at ECLAC. For me, it is a pleasure to be here. On behalf of my government, I would like to begin by saying that for Colombia, migration is a foreign policy priority, not a subsidiary topic, but a really important topic. And I agree with what the Guatemaltecan Vice President said, and I thank you for your presence. And now that we're going from discourse to practice in migratory terms. In response to your question, I would like to begin with the word benefits that I believe is of high risk as a word, and that it was introduced in a debate that in Colombia we would like to avoid, and that is this idea of a very pragmatic reading of migration. That is, sometimes to defend migration, we forget that we're talking about a right. And I think that everyone here knows that migration is a right. It must be a guarantee and not a concession. And sometimes in the discussions, and when we defend it as a human right, what we're trying to say, for example, is, well, what are the advantages, the economic advantages represented by migrants? And in this, there is a risk because well, there's the temptation of saying that there are good migrants who that work, that contribute, that pay taxes, and we fall into this temptation of thinking that citizens' exercise is transactional and that these rights must be won. But for me, the question is how to rescue migration as a right quite beyond the benefits. So Colombia has been a benchmark country, a model, a champion country. We have regularized today 2.5 million Venezuelan migrants, which is in line with what the Vice President said and also others. I think that these calculations are cold and do not move us, but we are speaking of 6% of the population in Colombia. This is no minor figure. And aside from the benefits, this says that Colombia is a country that is committed to human rights. It is also a country that not only has maintained its discourse in terms of human rights, but been able to move ahead with legislation and action, and based on the affirmative principles and actions. Not only because we moved ahead with a temporary statute for the regularization of these migrants, but that this means that they have access to social security, education, health. And in addition, we have combined the urgency. I think that in no country of the world, not even the North, is prepared to this for this dimension. And I'd like to repeat that Colombia maintains that vocation, that Colombia maintains its commitment here, for example, represented over there, Juan Francisco Espinosa, who was part of the migratory discourse in another government. And I am proud to say that what Colombia has done, and the ambassador is also here. There are many differences with the past government, but one important thing that I rescue from Colombia is that the migratory policy has been maintained as a policy of state that goes far beyond the passing and temporary interests of each government. But on the contrary, it must be long-standing. I think it is important to insist on the regional role. Yesterday, we mentioned it in another panel. The issue of migration must be constructive in the regional construct. In the decade of the 90s, we said there was an exchange of goods and services, but not as in the case of Europe. But we mentioned it, but we did not materialize human mobility. And I think it is important that in the heart of Cannes and in the south, in the Andean community in Mercosur, that we may move in all the countries of the region without any exception, may stop putting up obstacles to migration. There's no point in that we in Colombia should move ahead with regularization and has a policy that avoids this. If other states, for example, obstruct migration, and immediately our efforts are restricted, they're sterilized. So it is important to remember two things. First of all, migration requires national and transnational agreements. No country unilaterally can manage migration, but we need a multiplication of dialogues, and we cannot react on our own to the crisis. I'm sure that everyone here, we recall this, but that image is an interpolation, and we must be at the height of circumstances. And so far, unfortunately, very often we need to experience something as dramatic as what is happening in the countries of the of the global north. For us to reflect on this, we must maintain this dialogue quite aside from these very critical conjunctures. Thank you, Mr. Jaramillo, and thank you for delving into the benefits of migrant inclusion. The experience of the region underlines the triple role of regularization as a central mechanism for the protection of the rights of migrants and their families, especially those in vulnerable situations, as an essential tool for the effective governance of migration, and as a factor that enhances and facilitates the contributions of migrants to the development of countries. However, we also know that there are challenges, and in this regard, I would like to ask Mr. Morales, given his experience, what barriers and challenges need to be considered to ensure effective access of migrants to legal identity and migration regularization? Well, thank you very much for that question, Paula. Also, my thanks to the organizers of this space, and especially ECLAC as hosts, but also the IOM and the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. These spaces and opportunities are so relevant in a context where the matter of multilateral space is a bit retracted, and the second review of the Global Compact allows us to once again talk to states, or that the states should determine together with other players. I think it's very important. Now, getting to your question as such, if we're speaking of a right, that is the right to migrate, I also want to know that it's still pending a resolution. And I believe that these spaces have led to channels to find an answer. And this has to do with whether there is an obligation to regularize or not. As an instrument, as Mauricio and you have, Paula, also mentioned in the opening. In particular, I would refer to one experience, very concrete, and where in Argentina, we were able to identify, or the government of Argentina, based on the work with various organizations, was able to identify which were the obstacles or barriers to the regularization programs having any effective outcome or any reasonable outcome in relation to the aims imposed by the regularization mechanisms. And in particular, I will refer to the program for the Patria Grande regularization program of 2006. I believe I promised to be short. The government of Argentina, based on a diagnosis, a demographic diagnosis, very serious that we were going through in Argentina, realized that around 1 million people were in an irregular migratory situation. We had an overall favorable situation, and based on this, we launched a regularization campaign. In 2009, the program lasted 3 years, but in 2009, the Argentine government said, let's review the number of persons who are living irregularly, and 500,000 did turn up. 500,000, a very significant number for bureaucratic action for any administration. Now, that 500,000 only 70,000 had been able to conclude the process. There more than 400,000 people had started the process but had not been unable to move ahead with the various stages of the regularization process. So what did Argentina do based on different discussions we had in the sphere of migratory workers, a committee? Well, Argentina reviewed the regularization program, and they have found that the cost, the time, the bureaucratic barriers, the lack of agreements with different countries, all were very concrete obstacles. And so, based on that, what the government of Argentina began to determine were small adjustments, tweakings in the regularization program, so that by 2013, that 500,000 people had, in fact, access to regularization. So one of the big challenges is how to generate this constant review of these programs. So it's not just the flexibility of the programs, but rather a constant review in terms of the aims. And the aims or goals here, I think, is very important, something that we discovered in Argentina and also in other countries of the region. Of course, the burden was with the migrant. You must bring in these papers, and the state sat back expectant, waiting for the papers. But what we discovered in that process was that, in fact, the state needs to generate the conditions for the facilitation and access to the documentation. In 2015, one of the parties here, the ILO, Pablo Zeriani, were reminding me, there was a report. And in that report, what the ILO warned was that based on that regularization process, the conditions, the working conditions of migrants improved by 131% in Argentina. That is, the 131% more foreign people regularized and who had access to different formal labor processes. But what the ILO also said in that report is that the consequences of that in terms of access to health and education. So I think that there is a significant data here. Well, I will leave it at this because otherwise I will extend too much, and I'll of course have another chance. Very well, thank you, Diego, for speaking so clearly of the challenge of migratory regulation. And now we've already adjusted in general the benefits and challenges. And now I would like to hand over to Ms. Richards to share with us what she sees are the socioeconomic benefits of integrating migrants into the formal labor market and what strategies can effectively address the barriers to their full participation.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity. Integrating migrants into the formal labor market should be seen as a win-win-win strategy, and it's intentional. I did say win 3 times. It is a win for the receiving country because it promotes economic growth and productivity by addressing labor shortages in key sectors. A diverse workforce fosters innovation and entrepreneurship, leading to the establishment of new areas of business. When migrants start businesses, they create jobs not only for themselves, but also for nationals and other migrants. Additionally, their contribution to income taxes and social protection programs generate much needed revenue, especially in countries with aging populations. It is also a win for the sending country. Migrants send remittances home, providing financial support to their families and contributing to their home economies. Beyond remittances, they help foster trade and investment links between countries. When migrants return home, whether temporarily or permanently, they bring back valuable skills, knowledge, and experiences that can drive local development. And finally, it is a win for the migrant. Formal employment protects them from exploitation by employers who offer unfair wages or unsafe working conditions. It reduces their vulnerability to human trafficking and illegal activities while ensuring they can contribute to and benefit from social protection systems. Integration into the formal economy gives them access to healthcare, pension schemes, and other social benefits, improving their overall well-being and security. To maximize these benefits, countries must shift their perspective and recognize migration as a tool for development rather than a threat. Many countries place migration policy under immigration or border security agencies, framing it as a matter of control rather than opportunity. Jamaica, however, has taken a different approach. Our migration focal point is housed within the Planning Institute of Jamaica, which oversees Vision 2030 Jamaica, the National Development Plan. Our national policy for international migration and development highlights the role of migration in national progress. Next, countries must assess their current and future labor market needs. This requires looking at demographic trend, whether they have a youthful or aging population, and identifying skill gaps in critical sectors. Labor migration programs should be evidence-based, providing potential migrants with clear pathways for legal entry and employment. However, the most challenging yet necessary step is regularizing undocumented migrants already within our borders. Many governments hesitate to address this issue, yet it is critical for effective integration. Regularization allows migrants to access legal employment and labor protections while holding employers accountable for fair labor practices. Some countries may even consider amnesty programs alongside structured labor migration policies to bring undocumented workers into the formal economy. When properly managed, migration is a powerful driver of development. By integrating migrants into the formal labor market, countries unlock economic potential, strengthen social protection systems, and foster inclusive growth. The win-win-win approach benefits everyone: migrants, their home countries, and the economies that welcome them. It is time for policymakers to embrace migration, not as a challenge to be controlled, but as an opportunity to be harnessed for sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Richards, for that win-win-win speech that you gave to us. Bueno, muchas gracias. Evidentemente, las vías de migración laboral.
Thank you very much. The needs for labor regularization benefits to the countries and migrants only when following human rights. We're trying to ensure then the promotion of decent work in labor migration, ensuring the protection of human rights to migrants at the site of work. Now, in looking at the positive aspects of migration for the economy, I'd like now to call on Ms. Madeiro to bring to us the most positive, tangible effects of orderly migration in Brazil, and what is the relationship between the migrants and the formal labor market, as well as the development and growth of the country. Good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation to be here. I thank ECLAC and the organizers. I will be speaking in English
today to discuss such relevant and timely topic. In recent years, Brazil has experienced significant growth in migrant participation in the formal labor market. The benefits of regular and orderly migration are numerous. For the Brazilian economy, the integration of migrants into formal labor market contributes, obviously, to expanding the tax and social security base, reducing informality and fostering sustainable economic growth. Companies that hire migrant workers report increased productivity and innovation, as the diversity of experiences and perspectives brings new solutions and improves organizational dynamism. According to the reports from the Observatory of International Migration, OBMIGRA, which is you're gonna hear them in section 4 panel a little bit more. There has been a significant increase in the number of employed migrants in the country. Data indicates that the rate of formally employed migrant workers has been growing exponentially, reflecting their productive integration into various economic sectors. Between 2020 and 2024, the number of migrants entering the formal labor market increased by 263% in Brazil, from 91, a little bit over 91,000 in 2020 to more than 262,000 new hires in 2024. Additionally, the diversity of migrant profiles in Brazil is a key factor in the dynamism of our labor market. We have skilled migrants in strategic areas such as technology, healthcare, and engineering, as well as essential workers in the agriculture and industrial sector. This phenomenon not only fills labor market gaps, but also drives innovation and productivities, as I said before. Sectors such as construction, services, and industry have directly benefited from migrant labor, fostering infrastructure and development and new business opportunities. Beyond being employees, migrants in Brazil are generating jobs, as mentioned by my colleague here, and stimulating the economy by opening their own businesses, contributing to the diversity and dynamism of the local market. The data revealed that in 2023, there were more than 74,000 active migrants registered as micro-entrepreneurs in Brazil, which represents a 73% increase from the number we had in 2019. Another important aspect of this phenomenon is the feminization of the migration, a trend that has intensified in Brazil in the recent years. Migrant women have played a key role in sectors such as services and industry, contributing to the economic growth and the development of a more diverse and resilient society. It is essential for public policies to consider this reality and promote initiatives that ensure gender equity and better working conditions for migrant women, including access to professional training, social protection programs, and mechanisms to combat workplace discrimination. On the international stage, Brazil has assumed this year the presidency of the South American Conference on Migration, and we have a leading role in the debate of the socio-economic labor integration of migrants in the region. We have been at the forefront of discussions on policies that promote the safe and dignified integration of migrants in the labor market, ensuring their rights and recognizing their contribution. This work stream within the South America Conference of Migration is crucial for strengthening regional development and building a more inclusive and sustainable society. Another example of such commitment in Brazil is Brazil's National Policy of Migration, Refugees, and Statelessness, which is being drafted right now. It's a policy that has been provided for by our migration law that's from 2017, but only now we have managed to put everybody together to build this new policy. And the policy has three pillars: coordination with local authorities, intergovernmental coordination, which talks a little bit with the speech of the DG in the opening section. It's time for us to expand our talk on migration from outside the traditional ministers to talk about it, especially if we're talking about integration in our society. It's time for us to do education, healthcare, social development, human affairs, and labor, and everybody else. Finally, Brazil's re-engagement with the Global Compact of Migration since the beginning of President Lula administration reinforces our commitment to a migration governance based on human rights, sustainable development, and social inclusion. We have recently accepted the invitation from IOM to become a champion country of the Global Compact, and we are eager to promote and implement the principles of this important multilateral instrument. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Madeiro. I take advantage of your reflections to expand the reflection on expanding the means of migration, and also to assist people who are vulnerable, eliminating like costs, lack of documentation, lack of information, and digital gap. Key to improve the access is the possibility of asking for a temporary permit while they are already living in the new country. Thank you all for this contribution in the first round. And before continuing, I'd like to say that regular migration and the benefits therein arrived has positive effects. So we can change the harmful idea that some people have on migration. These negative contributions affect their own rights and full the quality of living they may have in their new country. So, Mr. Jaramillo, I'd like to ask what political conditions and mechanisms are needed to ensure the effective regulations that may support the human migrants in their new society? Thank you. I will directly go into the question. First of all, I may repeat what has already been said. Governance is important. We have to look at migration, as I already said, as not only a local whim of the governments, but we should also consider civil society. We yesterday had a meeting with civil society, and one of the criticisms that we made is that governments in these meetings hardly hear the voices of social organizations. And I think that the governments see that the civil society is in the back, but when they do speak, the government's representatives do not take note of what they're saying. So I think that it's very important to involve naturally academia and the private sector. Here we talked about the benefits, the economic benefits of of regularizing the remittances. But right now, we cannot only look at the public sector. But like Mariana Mazzucato said, the public-private separation is artificial. In talking about migration, that is even more true. In answering you, and in the region, we must update the bylaws 178, especially not just talk of migration as right, but looking at, for example, in academic and labor mobility, because we must, as Pepe Mujica said, we must look at people. When the people realize that the space is decent, whether it's South America, Central America, wherever, that they may move around, that means that we would be gaining ground. And we have also to have a certain level of reciprocity between our countries. Let's look at what's happening right now. We're concerned that some mechanisms, such as a Mercosur visa system, which is something of a progress, that is something that we have as a victory, avoiding barriers between countries in Mercosur. But we must insist in good practices and share them. Migration cannot be seen without looking at the different symmetries. Central America is going through tough times, for example, and migration in South America. These are completely different situations. But within our countries, we have much to learn. Central America, we have to learn of the regularization of remittances. And there are also important issues that we heard this morning on AI and new means of using communication technology to track information. It's impossible to make decisions in public policy on migration if we do not have a full, reliable diagnosis. That's another goal that we have, to put on our side the technology and AI. What's really important has to do with differentiated focus. And yesterday we also talked about the boys and adolescents, and that we are talking about visa and custodians. This is of the utmost importance. It cannot wait. And here we must have the answer, a strong answer from the state. I don't know if I've been able to answer you, but I think we need a differentiated focus. And here we're trying to avoid having the wrong perspective. We have to be aware of the vulnerabilities, and they must be differentiated. Evidently, this talks about the need to adapt all of the different needs that people may have. And I also have a comment on how to have in mind what's happening with the drugs.
Hemos podido tener en 70 años, por ejemplo, de guerra global contra las drogas, o en 40, 50 años. Nos tiene que unir.
So we have to be united by this circumstantial situation around the migration issues, and I think that this is a major opportunity to be on the same side. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Jaramillo. Now, concerning the experiences for the processes of regularization in the framework of the United Nations work, the Office of the the Human Rights Office has led the different regular pathways for the admission and regularization of these migrants. And this is a very important tool that is available for all the countries and the civil society with valuable information to diversify the regular channels and to make sure that they are accessible and that they can translate into residence permits, guaranteeing the access to the market level. That now that I am making reference to this work, I will ask now Diego about this organization and the experiences, successful experiences that we have in Latin America and the Caribbean regarding the regularization of the migrant people and the key factors for success. Thank you very much, Paula, for this question. And there is something that I already mentioned and that you referred to, Mauricio, when you spoke of this free circulation agreement in the Mercosur. I say that this is a very successful experience because it's an agreement dating back to 2002. But in Argentina and the countries in the region, we have migration legislation that were older, organized under the format of the doctrine of the national security. And therefore, the regional movement or the regional coordination in terms of international commitments was improved, as well as the status of the migrant people in the whole region. And as you were saying, we have these Andean migratory status. And from this experience, what we can find out there is that in general term, we need to equate the political decisions with the juridical measures and the functioning of the different bureaucracies. And these three lines of action, when they are joined together, allow the success of the regularization processes. Well, what we have found out from the experience is if any of these lines of intervention is not equated, we can have some achievements and results, and I will give you some examples. First of all, we have the national standard that was sanctioning the irregular migration, not only with refoulement, but the access to social services. But the national norm allowed the recognition. And from there, we have all the programs of regularizations for migration. But when there are favorable standards, there are some political decisions, as you said, Paula, at the beginning of this debate, that these are policies that are against this issue in the region. We also find that the work of the bureaucracies work under the agreement of free circulation of the Mercosur. Particularly, we find this in the situation of people of Venezuelans in Peru, of Haitians in Argentina, or Chile. We have to be careful because we can profit these administrative structures to put in place very good regularization programs, even when they appear to be contradictory to the political decisions. And when we think of these regulation umbrellas allowing to anchor what we have been insisting upon, that is to say that regularization is an obligation of the state. And this could be also a way out, so that is very relevant. Another thing is a set or a line or listing of issues that should be included in the regularization program. Some of them have already been pointed out in the global compact. The number 5, objective number 5, should be read in line with the number 3 or the number 7 that speaks of vulnerable people, and this is a very relevant objective. And number 12 that speaks about the certainty and predictability of the migratory processes or proceedings. And it is very important because we can take from the accessibility to the proceedings, the costs we referred to throughout this session, and the issues related to the need or allowing people to transit from a regularization program to another one. We saw this in the case of Venezuelan children in Argentina. There was a standard that allowed to have this access with the birth certificate, or in 2021 we had a program of regularization for the migrant children, or the program of 2024 for processes of residence of these Venezuelan children. And these are just the steps in the process of regularization that finally will translate into a permanent and stable regularization, and we have been insisting upon that. Lastly, I would like to mention Jorge Martinez. He opened the way, and I would say that he paved the way with a lot of trust, and this is an occasion to acknowledge his family and his colleagues here at ICLAC. Thank you. Thank you, Diego. I would like to mention that one of the success elements for the formalization is considering the regular processes making part of the legal framework and the public policy that is allowed to allow the migrants to apply for the permit of residence while they stay in the country. There are different elements that can be included permanently in the different national frameworks. And we have a note, guidance note that mentions, for example, the routing in the country of residence and the humanitarian issues, and including regularization in the political framework and creating measures that can be predictable. Mrs. Richard, now, you have already inspired us with your answer to the first question, and you have shared the main positive aspects for including people in the labor market. Now, I would like to ask you, what would be now the solutions and the innovative approaches that can be implemented in Jamaica in order to facilitate the effective adequation of the people in the labor market, and to use also the complementarity of the regional labor market? Muchas.
Okay, in an effort to facilitate effective job matching, the government of Jamaica, with support from the International Labour Organization, established the National Labour Market Information System. And this system is managed by the Ministry of Labour and Social Security and has 3 components. There is an electronic labor market exchange, the labor market intelligence, and a skills bank. The electronic labor market exchange is the government's job matching system that links job seekers with employers. And this system is open to everyone, both nationals and migrants. The system is available both online and offline, and it's free of cost. The system also provides information on overseas skilled workers program. The labor market intelligence system provides information on research about labor market demand and supply, employment trends, and it also gives an analysis of occupation and skills required, in addition to work permit approvals and opportunities for entrepreneurship. And finally, the Skills Bank is a database of persons with certified skills to help employers find workers with required competencies. Now, before I go on, one of the things I must explain is that the Jamaican scenario might be slightly different from a lot of the other countries here. We tend to be the ones who send persons away. So our support will be for our migrants who are overseas, although that is going to shift, as you will see as I continue to speak. So the government engages in government-to-government temporary work programs with the governments of the USA and Canada. And these programs enable Jamaicans to work temporarily in both countries as farm workers and hospitality workers. And for these programs, we provide a number of support services. We have an orientation program that prepares persons to work in this environment so they understand the culture in which you're going and how to behave and all of that to ensure that they don't get into any trouble. But not only that, we provide support for the family members who are left back home. And that is because we recognize that sometimes over time, things don't go the way we planned. So the male will go away and work as a farm worker. And while he's away, he gets a new family. And so the remittance that used to come to Jamaica no longer comes because there is now another family to support. And so we're now trying to work with the women who are left behind, that while you're still getting remittance, that it's not used for consumption base, but it's also used to see how you can generate some form of entrepreneurship so that if the money should stop coming, you can still take care of your family. But then we also channel them into other social protection programs that we have to see if we can get them the requisite training and the skills so that they can become empowered. We also have a program where we're now engaging with other countries to identify professionals to fill labor shortages. And this currently exists in our healthcare and our education system. So we have been in discussions with some African countries, with Cuba for healthcare workers. So we are engaging in a number of areas to fill in that gap. There's also the policy environment in which we exist. And so because the policy environment shapes what you do. So our policy environment includes the migration policy that looks at labor migration and how we ensure the protection of migrant workers' rights and harnessing migration for potential for development. But we also have our diaspora policy. And because we recognize that we have such a large diaspora, there is need to be able to communicate with them, to be able to get them to give back to countries, those who are interested. And so through our diaspora policy, we have an engagement model that we have been embarking on. We have a biannual diaspora conference where we bring persons from all over the world and they discuss matters of national importance, what is important to them, what they would like to see happening in the country, and how they can give back. We have also recently launched a portal, a diaspora engagement portal, and this provides the diaspora with information on things that they can contribute to, how they can help to develop the country. In addition to that, there is another regional policy framework that is occurring, and this is the Caribbean Migration Policy Framework. With funding from the European Union Building Migration Partnerships, the IOM has been assisting CARICOM in developing a regional policy framework. And this was a directive that came from the CARICOM heads of government at a meeting in 2019. And we have been working through, there have been regional consultations, country level consultations to identify priorities. And we're using that process to come up with a policy framework for the region, which we hope to get signed off on by 2026. In addition to that, we have been doing a lot of research. And so in 2 weeks, we'll be launching a study on high-skill migration and its impact on the Jamaican economy. And it's focusing mainly on our teachers and our nurses, because that is the area that we are actually seeing the biggest issue. Now, what does Jamaica need going forward? Well, assistance in terms of migration data. I don't know what it's like in your countries, but in Jamaica, we do not like to tell persons when we're migrating. And so, and it especially impacts our education system, where many times we do not find that a teacher has migrated until September 1 when school is about to start. And so we want to set up systems to see how we can actually get this data at the airport when they're leaving, so we can make plans so that we don't have empty classrooms in September when school's about to start. It also has implications for the quality of service we're able to provide in our healthcare system. There's also the need for more research on how migration has impacted our labor market, because in recent times, the private sector has been saying that there's an inability to identify certain classes of workers. And so there's more research that is required so we can know where we're going. And this is especially important for us because Jamaica is now entering an advanced stage in its population dynamics, where we are below replacement level in terms of our fertility, and our population is also aging. And so the government will now come to the stage where instead of being one of those countries that send persons away, we're going to have to find ways to attract persons to Jamaica, because then we will also at a point have labor market challenges. And so those are some of the critical things that, in addition to attracting persons, we now need to determine how we'll be able to integrate them into our Jamaican society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. Mrs. Madeiro, I return to you to ask the last question of this panel. How can host countries better integrate cultural diversity as a driver of social cohesion, creativity, and economic competitiveness, while ensuring that the contributions of migrants are recognized and maximized? Thank you, Paula, for the question, and I will speak in English again.
It was said before, and I believe we all here agree that migration is not a temporary phenomenon. It's a structural feature of our global society. People move in search of opportunity, security, and basically a dignified life. And as they settle in a new country, they not only strive for a better future for themselves and their families, but they also enrich the societies that welcome them. I would like to highlight 4 pillars that Brazil believes are fundamental for integration to be truly effective. And they are inclusive education, socioeconomic integration, promotion of cultural diversity, and, well, concrete measures of inclusion. Education is the backbone of integration. We must ensure that migrant children and young people have full access to education systems, regardless of their documentation status. When we saw this increase in the number of migrants arriving in Brazil in the last years, we did a very strong work with our National Council of Education, and they actually issued a normative that says that migrant children have the right to enter school even if they have no document whatsoever. And the schools have to create programs to assess the knowledge and promote the integration of that kid into school. While this means facilitating swift barrier-free enrollment, as I mentioned, simplifying diploma and academic record recognition, which is a whole other level of difficulties, as I think all of us know, and fostering participation with universities and schools to develop programs that support their adaptation. Moreover, language courses and linguistic support services are essential to help migrants integrate both socially and professionally. Brazil is the only country in the region that speaks Portuguese. It's not a very common language for migrants. So for us, this is a very important cornerstone of our integration policy. To promote a truly inclusive society, we must invest in cultural sensitivity training, schools and workplaces, with people who work on the border as well, fostering mutual respect and understanding between migrants and the local population. Migration is not only a humanitarian concern, it's also, as I mentioned in my previous intervention, an opportunity for economic development. Many migrants bring valuable experience and qualification, but they face those bureaucratic obstacles that hinder their access to the labor market. We must streamline the recognition of foreign diplomas and professional experience, ensuring that their talents are utilized and they can fully contribute to the economy. Additionally, vocational training, career guidance, and resume building support can significantly enhance their employability. And on that specific topic, I would like to thank IOM for its great work that we have in Brazil in this specific topic, we have a very large program called Oportunidades that is key to our whole integration process in this specific topic. Well, language acquisition must also be prioritized as it's a key factor, as I mentioned before, especially in fostering independence and active participation in society. It is equally essential to engage the private sector by raising awareness of the benefits of workforce diversity and migrant inclusion. And companies should embrace diversity because it makes them more innovative and competitive while also playing a crucial role in building more equitable and cohesive societies. Integration must go, therefore, beyond theory and translate into concrete actions. We must ensure that migrants have equal access to essential social services, including healthcare, housing, legal assistance. And for that, it is essential what my colleagues previously said, which is regularization. It's very hard, even in Brazil, for example, it is in the constitution that a person has the right to access public services, even if they are undocumented. But we know in the first contact with any public service provider, it's very hard if they have no papers, because sometimes you cannot even access the system. So even though it's very well protected in the constitution, for reals in their everyday life, documentation, regularization is the first step for access to any rights. This is also a reality in Brazil. Brazil has in its migration law promoting regularization, promoting legal pathways for regularization as a cornerstone principle, and actually the first principle in our migration law. Social stability can be achieved when all members of society have access to the resources they need for a dignified life. Well, thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, señora Madeiro. Y antes de pasar al espacio de intercambio, que va a ser breve porque perdimos un tiempo al inicio, de intercambio con el público, me gustaría subrayar la importancia de promover un discurso sobre la migración basado en datos empíricos como un requisito fundamental para proteger los derechos de las personas migrantes y facilitar su integración considerando su diversidad cultural y sus contribuciones. Cuando la xenofobia, el racismo y la violencia contra las personas migrantes se normaliza, no solo se causa un daño directo a las víctimas, sino que se sacuden los cimientos de la diversidad, la igualdad y los derechos humanos sobre los que se construyen las sociedades pacíficas. Bueno, nuevamente gracias a Mauricio Jaramillo, Diego Morales, a Luana Madeiro y a Antoinette Richards por este enriquecedor intercambio. Y a continuación, como mencioné hace unos minutos, nos gustaría abrir la conversación con las personas que están asistiendo a este encuentro. Tenemos unos 10 minutos. Ya empezaron a levantar las manos. No sé quién va a apoyar por allá con... ¿Ya? Entonces, si podemos recoger unas 4 preguntas, voy a tomar la cantidad de panelistas, cuatro preguntas. Si nos pueden indicar, por favor, su nombre, la entidad o organización a la que pertenecen o a la que están representando, formular su pregunta y a quién se la están dirigiendo.
Gracias. Soy Raquel Caballero de Guevara, Procuradora para la Defensa de los Derechos Humanos de El Salvador, vicepresidenta primera de la Federación Iberoamericana del Ombudsperson, FIO, y también ex coordinadora general de la Red de Movilidad Humana de la FIO, y para Centroamérica también coordinadora para la red de movilidad. Estoy muy interesada en los resultados de este encuentro y sobre todo de este diálogo regional que me ha parecido muy enriquecedor. Gracias por la organización y por los aportes. Pero quiero también compartir una muy breve reflexión sobre el contexto actual donde se ha incrementado el número de personas migrantes en situaciones irregulares. Quiero resaltar el papel que tenemos las instituciones nacionales de derechos humanos al momento de proponer y asesorar a los estados en la comprensión
states about inclusive and effective policies guaranteeing the respect of human rights of migrants and to try to eradicate trafficking. The compact grants our institutions the possibility of concrete actions, but we need to strengthen surveillance mechanisms, and we have to anticipate the evolution of risks and threats that might be triggered by migration flows or have an incidence upon them by supporting early warning, providing a close support to all the states. For this reason, we are articulated at a world level in different networks, the Ibero-American Confederation through the Alianza Global de Derechos Humanos, GANRI, Consejo Centroamericano de Procuradores y Procuradoras de Derechos Humanos, and I would finally like to underline that we have surveillance mechanisms, but also we have to support efforts for migration governance in many countries of the region. We've heard many positive things today, but in the specific case of El Salvador, a country that has developed different initiatives for the protection and care of migrants, and also we are trying to determine the structural causes of irregular migration, and all this is basic for El Salvador. We continue to look for policies to provide support in these areas. These reflections are very important to us, and we hope the role of national institutions of human rights will be taken into account in the debates. Thank you very much. Thank you for your contribution on behalf of these institutions. There were other questions? Good morning. More than a question, I would like to share something. Lily Grossman for Children's Emergency Relief International in Guatemala. We're very happy that our Vice President is here because leading a project is called Young Leaders, and he wants to collaborate, but we are very much motivated by working for the youth, because if we strengthen capacities amongst the youth, and if we can provide job and education opportunities, we will be changing the whole system. Migrating is a right, but it has to be done with awareness of what you're going to face. This program promotes stability in their communities, and from there, they can decide if they can make a difference elsewhere. And studies and labor possibilities, we believe that that is a job that is very, very important, that has taken place thanks to civil society organizations, non-government NGOs, and with the effort of the government and our Vice President, Karine Herrera. So we motivate these efforts. We believe it is very important for the youth and for the children to receive support so that they have more local opportunities and so that they can make better decisions. This will allow us in turn to have a more orderly, safe, and dignified migration. Thank you. I will offer the floor to Rebecca Senalmor, representative of ACNUR in Chile. Thank you, Paula. ACNUR welcomes the states and the international agencies and the civil society that are involved and participating actively in the organization of this event. We also congratulate the efforts of the states to make progress in the compliance of the different objectives of the compact and the commitment with the objectives of the compact, bearing in mind the complementarities that exist. Even though the legal treatment is defined in different ways, refugees and migrants, as we know, share the same universal rights and the same fundamental rights. And they face many common vulnerabilities, even in the context of massive movements. Compacts, even though different, deal with similar things affecting refugees and migrants. We have the reception and access to services, alternatives to detention, and admission pathways of entry, and protection means when there are large-scale displacement. The implementation of both compacts can reinforce each other. The regularization and documentation, thinking about protection, this has contributed to alleviate the pressure on the asylum system. At the same time, it promotes coordinated responses for the displaced, ensuring their access to legal residence documentation and rights in the host countries. The experience of collaboration in countries like Colombia, Ecuador, Costa Rica, through the implementation of different regularization means is a testimony of the solidarity of the countries of the region to find coordinated responses in a regional context marked by changes in the policies affecting the migratory policies, the dynamics of movement, and the access to international protection. Collaborative actions and the strengthening of cooperation are more necessary than ever to deal with the challenges of migration and displacement,
as well as to promote efforts towards inclusion and social protection systems. There is a precedent of this innovative and collaborative approach in the region. The Americas are pioneers in this, specifically through efforts made in recent years to address the needs of migrants and refugees in the region, as well as the receiving communities continue to support regional migration, including efforts to improve the supplementarity between the two compacts is still essential. In a context marked by the rise in persons who are returned or deported in the region, this is important and also highlight the dimension of protection in here. It is possible to identify those who have a need for protection and have not had the opportunity of finding asylum or protection and that are sent back to their countries of origin. Identify vulnerable people as well as those who require protection within the context of returns and connecting activities to overcome the possible risks that they could face. This is very important. And so UNHCR works with various agencies of the region to strengthen the response to protect these returned people. As a critical matter related to protection, we urge states to continue strengthening the institutional capacities and the existing responses to respond to the needs of these returned people, as well as extending space for coordination and structured response for protection and support the reintegration of those returned. And lastly, I would like to reiterate the relevance of aligning and building synergies among efforts for implementing the World Compact for Migration and commitments taken on by the states of the region regarding areas that are key to the compacts in the Chilean Action Plan, the roadmap for the next 10 years in Latin America and the Caribbean in terms of protection, and so that the countries adopted right here in Santiago in the same room, in fact, within the framework of the Cartagena Plus 40 process held last year under the leadership of the government of Chile. The regional framework is a guiding compass to move ahead in implementation of the Global Compact in the Americas. And so, with this, I can conclude at UNHCR, we reiterate our commitment to continue working with the countries of the region, UN agencies and others, as well as refugees, migrants, and other key players in these topics that bring us here today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Gracias.
I thank you. Do we have any other question over there? Yes, we have time for one intervention more. Good afternoon. From the Institute for Women in Migration, and also a returned woman, and we defend the rights of migrants in the region, or in this region, or others. As the Vice President of Guatemala, Carolina Herrera, said, because I think there is much in tune with what was said in terms of the return from Mexico, And the plan returning home, how it is reflected in public policy. Above all, thinking that these sort of plans must go beyond political will of one government, must be legally binding, because as a Latin American bloc, what we have observed is that there is an indigenous population in the US. And how is it that the Guatemaltecan government responds in terms of linguistic justice this Guatemaltecan population in case of deportation or return, and how to ensure linguistic justice in times of the reception and reintegration of these people once they do return to Guatemala, and especially considering, based on what you have said, with the plan for returning home. What has been done to make the deported and returned population included? What has been done by the government of Guatemala for these plans or public policies with regard to the return home may include the viewpoint of the persons who have gone through these experiences, because among the aims of the compact it is mentioned that need inclusive spaces to be created, the direct engagement of migrants. So, well, I leave you with those three questions. Thank you. Very well. The plan for to return home is part of the migration policy. That is why I mentioned it. This is something added to the migratory policy passed in at the end of 2023. And since then, each institution for its implementation must consider within its annual plan the corresponding budgets. Regarding the administration of justice, it is up to the judiciary in Guatemala, which is an independent branch and of the independent of the executive. And with regard to the linguistics, MINEX, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and its consulates, is considering this within the plan for implementation and to address the different languages spoken. And the previous week, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Chancellor of the US was there and held several meetings with Guatemaltecan migrant population. And all efforts have been made to implement these concerns. And after the visit of the Vice Presidency in Guatemala or New York must be heard, we are updating the Return Home program. It saw the light in the late January only, and it has been recently set up in the February within the framework of our national obligation. Thank you, VP. And well, I thank you all very much, the audience, the panelists. Have much to continue the dialogue as Latin American and Caribbean countries have developed innovative and successful practices of regular admission and stay that serve as an example to other regions of the world. We may intensify our efforts to create more and better avenues that highlight our collective commitment to uphold the dignity and human rights of migrants. And lastly, I'm particularly grateful for the presence of Mr. Jose Manuel Salazar, Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission of America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much for your hospitality in hosting this conference at your headquarters. And Mr. Salazar, you now have the floor to proceed to the closing of the high-level panel. Well, thank you very much. It is a pleasure to close this very interesting panel. It is clear that migration has diversified in recent decades and also reaching countries where it was not traditional to have migrants, and this has created significant challenges. It was interesting to hear the intervention by the representative of Guatemala, Carolina Herrera, regarding the very important efforts, institutionality, and infrastructure of services devised by Guatemala for migrants, including coordination with the private sector. We heard from Mr. Jaramillo how Colombia has organized 5 million Venezuelan migrants, nationalized them, or rather regularized them correctly. And this speaks of the magnitude of the challenge and the magnitude of the efforts that the countries of the region are making in this regard. And Mr. Diego Morales also gave us a very concrete example related to the Patria Grande program in Argentina and the relevance of the constant review of these programs of regularization to make them work efficiently. This is a priority. And also spoke to us of other successful experiences in terms of regularization. Mr. Antoinette Richard addressed the very important issue of labor inclusion and support of migrants for their inclusion in the labor market. And Juana Medeiros also made a very interesting, well, more than one intervention on with an emphasis on the inclusion of migrants in specific sectors. I want to elaborate further or make short comments on this dimension because, as was said, it was very important to offset the narrative, the negative narratives that are so common in social media and media. And there's evidence on how migrants contribute to their destination countries with their skills and activities, and there is a studies of the contributions made to these countries of destination. And now with the demographic aging, migrants make a major contribution in developed as well as developing countries. In receiving countries, their impact is significant in terms of GDP. There's data, for example, in 2022 in Chile, the Dominican Republic, migrant workers showed economic contribution of something estimated between 11 and 9% of GDP. And there are other data, but well, on account of the time, I will not elaborate on that. But migration also contributes to diversity, as was well said in this panel. And migrant workers contribute a lot to the economies of the countries of with their remittances. There is data on this. But we also know that this could be undermined when migration occurs in mass and in a short period of time, and countries are not prepared and do not have the necessary institutionality in our services to regularize so many migrants, which means that all of these themes are key. And to conclude, once again, thank you very much for all your contributions, and without a doubt, this enriches our conversation with a view to the policy for migrants in the region. Thank you very much. Well, I thank you very much, everyone who took part in the high-level panel on the regular pathways, as the Executive Secretary of ECLAC has just said. It has been very fruitful in terms of messages, ideas, and good practices presented by some of the speakers. And so, let's move on to the second panel of this morning, midday, on regional cooperation and partnerships. And apologizing for those who must leave the room, I now would like to invite the speakers for the second debate to please come forward.
Agradezco.
Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen, so as to resume our work.
Please, everybody take your seat.
Sí,
Y es que hasta allá va.
ya vamos. Sí. Y ya están los panelistas, solo dos. Ustedes.
Bueno, quisiera ir iniciando el segundo.
We will now continue with the second debate on regional cooperation and partnerships. The moderator of this session will be Ms. Pamela Villalobos from CELADE. You have the floor.
Muchas gracias. Al presidente, les
Thank you.
invitamos a tomar asiento, por favor, para poder
Let us all
iniciar
be
el panel.
seated, please.
A los participantes, por favor, que tomen sus
I
asientos para
also
poder
ask the
iniciar
speakers
el panel.
to be seated.
Muchas gracias.
Thank
Entonces,
you all.
asumo como moderadora.
I will now moderate this panel.
Sabemos y ya lo hemos
We'll
comentado
know,
durante la
and we have already
media de la
commented
mañana
during
y
the
también
morning,
como veíamos en la consulta de partes interesadas.
as well as in the
ayer.
consultation on
El
stakeholders.
pacto, reconoce
The
la realidad
compact
de que la
recognizes
migración internacional
that
ocurre
international
fundamentalmente
migration
dentro de las regiones.
occurs usually within regions.
Hace un llamado a los
That is
procesos,
why
plataformas y
we urge
organizaciones
processes and platforms
regionales
in the region and within the region to revise it and update the implementation every 4 years. The challenges that migration brings along, aside from advantages, take up the headlines frequently. What's important, though, is to address it from a comprehensive means, respecting human rights of all migrants. This was also said in the previous panels. This has also been ECLAC's point of view to combine a mid and long-term focus of development with human rights. On this occasion, migrants. Thus, regional partnerships are very important. One of the objectives of this meeting, as you read in the invitation, is precisely to identify challenges in the implementation of the compact, as well as the opportunity it brings in order to facilitate and to bring in opportunities to work together. It's a pleasure, therefore, to count on the presence of top officials. They will be receiving a series of questions, and they will have a couple of minutes to answer each of these questions. I welcome once more to Omer Badilla, Vice Minister of Governance and Police Costa Rica, as pro tempore chair of RCM, Regional Conference on Migration. Victor Siqueira, Second Secretary of Migration from the Foreign Ministry, Brazil. He is a pro tempore chair for the SACM, South American Conference on Migration. And third, Alejandro Dávalos, Vice Minister of Human Mobility in Ecuador, as a pro tempore chair of the Quito process. As I was saying, some questions will be posed to the panelists. We will start with the first round. That question is, what you believe are the main challenges and opportunities to favor collaboration in the implementation of the Global Compact in the region. Mr. Badillo, Vice Minister Badillo, you have the floor. Thank you, Pamela, Vice Minister, and those present. Indeed, the current situation brings many challenges in migration. Costa Rica, as the pro tempore presidency of RCM, has defined a series of challenges as well as opportunities for improvement. Among the challenges detected throughout the exercise of our pro tempore presidency, we have noticed that there are institutional capabilities that are limited in our countries. As a result, that prevents the execution of an correct work. Even though the countries do serve migration, still RCM aims to be strategic to improve the flows in the region. But the lack of resources does not allow us to grant more attention and to carry out migration programs. Another challenge detected is the lack of timely data, both from donors and government agencies. We do not have a single source of information that is concentrated. That means that there is a division in terms of fighting data. This brings in the doubling of efforts and other failings. There is also absence of joint action between different public and private entities. What do we want as RCM? We wish to have a true articulation so as to have appropriate management. This could improve in terms of attention to migrants, and even more, it would set strategic frameworks, regional policies, so that migration may be done in a safe, orderly fashion. Another thing has to do with the change in administration, in governments. When there is a shift that affects our presence in international fora, and this certainly complicates the execution of our actions. Fora such as RCM should remain intact so that their actions become a continuous priority. We know that ideological change affects action related to migration. We can see what's happening now with Trump's policies. That is affecting not only the fora from an economic standpoint, it also brings in migration flows and changes that affect the countries involved in that migration. Aside from these challenges, we also have a possibility of strengthening cooperation. If we have more cooperation in international fora, such as RCM, we would then have more room of action and attend better the needs for the migrants. We also should have a true exchange between the institutions that are part of this conference and of other fora. Thus, the information may be disseminated, and we would also be able to have data from different state leaders, and that should be accessed in real time. We should also search for a strategy for the implementation in the long term. We know that if we have long-term processes, then the migratory status of a person would improve, especially in our sector in Central America. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Minister. I now give the floor to Secretary Avila. Thank you. Good morning. I apologize, first of all, for my mix of Spanish and Portuguese, Portañol, but I think you will understand. I'm here on behalf of the Regional Conference on Migration, RCM. That is the oldest one that we have in the region. We are now on our 25th anniversary. It's the only one that joins 12 countries in South America. As a matter of fact, many of the challenges are being faced now from a technical nature, as we just heard. They have to do with the deficiency in the collection of migratory movement. We need data, especially for the LGBTQ1 plus migrants, as well as the other groups such as children and adolescents, and that would help in the preparation of public policies. We also need more information, especially because of the polarization and political conflicts that prevail over a mainstreaming migration based on human rights, and that has to do with nationality, gender, and age. We yesterday talked about this, especially talking about diplomatic conflicts that often leave migrants on their own, devoid of any kind of assistance. We also have challenges from an economic nature. We do know that this is more and more scarce. On the other hand, the opportunities are diverse, especially in cooperation. And here I'm talking about the social labor.
El desarrollo económico y la protección de los derechos humanos en América del Sur. Como dijo la directora general en la sesión de apertura esta mañana, el trabajo es el camino para la integración a las comunidades de acogida y para la migración bien sucedida. Entonces, el acceso al trabajo digno combinado con la integración social fortalece las comunidades de acogida y permite que los migrantes contribuyan activamente para el crecimiento económico de los países de destino y también para
that means that we need this for cultural migration.
Fortalecer políticas públicas inclusivas
that can facilitate this process and guaranteeing the right and fair conditions for the labor market. Saying this, the social and labor incorporation or integration of the migrant is one of the main axes for the presidency of Brazil during this year, when we intend to work in a constructive way to come up with policies in the region and trying or taking into account all the reinsertion in the labor market of migrants, as it was underscored today. Thank you very much. Thank you. And now we'll give the floor to share some comments by Minister Davalo. You have the floor now. Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. I'm on behalf of the president of the Quito process, I would like to come up with two initial ideas: a prioritization of the migration in the agenda of the states and the international organization is something that we should be working on in a coordinated manner in all countries of the region. The 14 members of the process of Quito considered that in this manner. And secondly, it is fundamental to have a regional perspective for migration and protection, international protection, in order to tackle this issue in a comprehensive manner, the structural causes for migration, the protection, support of the communities that are welcoming migrants are something that required a regional coordination. In this context, or having this context in mind, from the pro tempore presidency of the Quito process, we think that the main challenge is to reinforce the cooperation as a fundamental pillar in order to respond from our countries. However, there are some problems of international financing that are affecting these international efforts and have a direct impingement on the ability for response vis-a-vis these combined migratory processes and the diasporas and the processes for regularization of migrants and refugees. Such measure of restriction in the financing and the cooperation is not only affecting the most vulnerable populations, but also have a contrary effect as expected, that is to say, increasing the risky migration and the lack of this financing increases the vulnerability of those looking for better life condition and incentivates also irregular immigration routes and submitting people to the person or trafficking in person. So this also hinders our ability to tackle this issue in a comprehensive manner. This also shows an opportunity for the regional cooperation, inter-regional cooperation, and the process of Quito is working so that we can have more availability and more flexibility for the pathways of regular migration and promoting also the facility for transit and return. The areas of work include the promotion of actions in order to reinforce the consular activities, the decent work, the opportunities for education, the family reunion, and guaranteeing the legal status for the migrants and refugees, and also to serve the migrants in situation of vulnerability. Likewise, promotes the integration of the migrants and the refugees in the receiving communities to develop the strategies allowing a real inclusion and integration. To end up, we would like to urge to reinforce the bilateral and multilateral assistance, because this is an opportunity for the integration and for the reinforcement of our societies. Thank you very much. Thank you. It has been a round of comments, very summarized, and we have enough time to go into the second part of this session. And in the particular case of the Vice Minister of Costa Rica, he was commenting the issue related to data collection and also reinforcing the cooperation in order to come up with better strategies for the experience exchange. And from Brazil, they were underscoring also the impact of such situations on people. From the perspective of Ecuador, it was underlined the increased vulnerabilities as well as the impact on the irregular pathways, and also highlighting the opportunities for further cooperations. As we are going into the direct field, you mentioned the idea of reinforcing the cooperation, and we go into the second question, which is the area where your region or the region that you represent here would benefit the most with the reinforced cooperation, and what would be the priority needs, financing, reinforcement of abilities, the data and collection technology, and so on. Thank you. Well, through the regional cooperation on migration, the countries can, through consensus, guide different thematics of work for the future and also for the work that has already been done. And in this way, we would identify facilitate the identification of issues that are considered as necessary to have the right approach for migration in the region. We should underscore also that the needs are constantly varying depending on the migratory dynamics. For example, we can see the reverse situation with this flow from north to south, and additionally to the mixed flow that we are witnessing in our country from the north to the south. Although it may seem curious and vis-a-vis these migratory policies by the United States, people, however, want to get there, although that there are restrictions and they can be outside of the country or The migration continues to be, however, a dynamic present in our countries, as it was pointed out in the previous panel. This continues, it will continue, it is necessary and cannot be curbed because this migration is a process that is inherent to mankind right from the beginning. So when taking into account these needs in the migratory dynamics, the RCM allows to do some adjustments that are commensurate with these phenomena. For example, some of the topics that have been highlighted here is the exchange of information. And as ORA, we have inside the countries and between the countries, we need to share the trustworthy information to create the public policies evidence-based. If we don't have evidence, we cannot implement actions from our regions. Additionally, there should be protection, assistance, and consular protection in all the migratory cycle, throughout the cycle. We need to reinforce this point, otherwise we will not be able to guarantee this protection to migrants. We need to be managers of the borders in an efficient manner so that we can have this movement of migrations, increase the availability and the flexibility for the different regular migration pathways. And these are phenomena that have been historical and they should be guaranteed in terms of flexibility and movement. And we urge the government so that they can implement actions of this kind, allowing such movement. Additionally, we should have gender-based policies and policies addressed to childhood because these processes are attracting the vulnerable population. And if we are not serving these populations in the proper manner, it would be an irreversible damage. And we need to reinforce, as I said in my previous presentation, the cooperation, the international cooperation, and also the global partnerships. We need to serve the migrants in the event of catastrophes and to combat the trafficking of persons and the human or smuggling of migrants. This conference is made up of agencies of the United Nations, institutions from the civil society, and different stakeholders. And we try to assemble them together so that we can come up with different actions. And from this regional conference on migration to improve the workshops and the different mechanisms to develop the right migratory policies in the region. Thank you very much. And in here we have the perspective from the RCM. And now, Victor, you have the floor for comments from the CCM. Thank you. And I have mentioned that the social and issue is very important, and the other one is the struggle against the smuggling of migrants and trafficking in persons. We know that this crime is affecting thousands of people every year, affecting them and exposing them to risky situations of abuse and exploitation. And this is a secondary consequence, for example, the systematic violation of human rights and the practice of other associated crimes as murders and other crimes, and the legal cooperation in amongst the countries in the region is something that has not been well explored, that require further reinforcement to guarantee the protection of people and the prosecution of such crimes. And this is what the General Director said this morning also. We shouldn't just see the transnational criminality in a reactive manner when the crimes have already taken place and after the lives were destroyed. We should cooperate in order to strive struggle against them and before they take place in order to build very strong mechanisms for welcoming the migrants, and therefore we need the cooperation from the legal and different prosecutors agencies, and we also need to have the consular cooperation together with the social and labor integration and the struggle against the trafficking in persons, and this should be taken into account in order to give the consular assistance to people where not all the countries in the region have a representation. This is the most important thing to underscore in my comments. Thank you very much, and I will give the floor now to Vice Minister Davalos once again for the perspective of the process of Quito. Thank you again. The process of Quito, right from the inception in 2018, has become a space with two major features. First of all, this is an intergovernmental space and a technical space, not political. In the process of Quito, in order to coordinate properly the responses vis-a-vis the flows of migrants in the region, particularly the Venezuelan migrants. And this process is contributing for the design of policies, the exchange of good practices, and the generation of some flexible, streamlined processes for this flow in the region based on this experience and as a result of the progress made by the 14 countries participating in this mechanism. We do believe that the cooperation and the regional collaboration should continue to go on in many issues. First of all, attention, protection, and consular services for the diaspora, also the safe and orderly migration processes, and the struggle against the discrimination and xenophobia. At the same time, it's imperative that we continue with our efforts in order to tackle problems as the primary attention, emergency, the combat against the trafficking in person, the reinforcement of the protection international system, and the flexibility for the access to social protection systems. And this requires a cooperation and a joint work, and this urges us to think of policies, strategies, and innovative responses that will generate the conditions so that these people that are vulnerable can live in dignity and not being exposed to risks as the irregular migration. Finally, as I already mentioned, for this end, we should take into account the approach of share responsibility. The reinforcement of the technical cooperation, therefore, will be always an important pillar in order to respond adequately to this urge.
Thank you very much. We are a little bit late in the program in general, so I would like to propose an innovation with the acceptance of the presidency, and that is for us to answer the two last questions we have for you that are very much related. So if it's all right, we can answer the two questions together in just one round. The third question proposed was, what commitments with other governments would you propose to promote cooperation regarding the topics indicated by you? And to conclude, which are your recommendations on regional cooperation and alliances to inform the process of IMRF 2026? We have seen a lot of coincidences between the three panelists regarding consular cooperation, but also an approach regarding crimes vulnerating human rights or crimes generating situations of xenophobia, vulnerability, etc. On the other hand, what we can do and how to deal with that with policies of distribution, technical cooperation, etc. There are several examples you have given where there are coincidences amongst you. So if you agree, now we can see which commitments you believe could be assumed and which are the recommendations for cooperation and alliances, thinking about the IMRF. Vice Minister Badilla. Thank you very much. I'll try to be even more executive. Well, the Regional Conference on Migration is a multilateral forum that works to promote regional efforts with the purpose of strengthening effective migration to try to protect human rights of migrants and define strategic priorities to face the challenges that the region has. We also propose a strengthening and modernization of border management as part of the commitment that RCM has adopted. Since 2024, all the activities that we have carried out have been closely connected to the policies emanating from the compact. So we can identify also the progress made in this sense. Activities have been carried out that help us reach more than 20 objectives, but I will just mention a couple by way of example. To use migrant detention as an instance of last resort only, to manage borders in an adequate way, to compile data, to provide information. Basically what we have been saying during this panel. That's what we want, to generate actions, efficient actions that can improve the governance in the region, in the governments, and also in the RCM. Regarding regional associations, and in order to inform the IMRF, we believe it would be very important from our point of view to establish a close relationship with Guatemala. In 2026, Guatemala will have the pro tempore presidency and work very closely in such a way that to the extent possible, we can give continuity to the programs that have been implemented lately. This should be an input for the strategies that Guatemala will implement next year. This could strengthen us in the region, and this could allow us to continue to work on multilateral mechanisms in order to strengthen this region that has seen so many complications in the last year, especially in the Central American part. We need to prioritize strategies that give sufficient care and that respect the human rights of migrants. Thank you very much. Very executive. Congratulations. Lawyers, we are not always that concrete. So now, please, the Second Secretary de Avila, if you could please speak about the commitments and the recommendations. Thank you very much. Through a coordinated action of the countries of the region and the existing mechanisms like the Quito process and others, there are different opportunities to generate joint commitments. We need to be attentive to avoid duplication of efforts between the different mechanisms or institutions. We need cooperation between the CCM that I represent today and CFM, two migration agencies that face similar challenges but in different parts of our region, CCM in South America and CGM in Central America and the Caribbean. And every year we have joint meetings to maintain that cooperation between the two organizations, to have commitments regarding governance and regarding the Quito process. We would also like to be closer to the Quito process in order to cooperate. It is also important to underline that CCM includes observer countries and agencies, even social civil society organizations, and there's the possibility of alliances so that they can play a more active role in the support of the work of our networks, a more active role to support the yearly plans of our mechanism. In this way, it is possible to reach commitments in key areas like financing, legal and police cooperation, consular cooperation, amongst so many other things. Now, regarding IMRF 2026, considering the experiences of the last years, regional cooperation has to prioritize strategies of sustainable development that support human mobility as a key factor for social cohesion. It is necessary, therefore, to incentivize initiatives promoting migration regularization, the recognition of labor competences, and orderly labor mobility, strengthening the articulation with state stakeholders and also non-state stakeholders like the private sector and the civil society in order to enhance the possibilities of inclusion of migrants in their host countries. Finally, the Plan Sudamericano de Inmigración towards Integration 2035 that was concluded last year after the presidency of Colombia. It is a strategic planning tool for the coming years, 2025 to 2035, next 10 years. The purpose is to coordinate good practices, promote good practices, and strengthen migration governance amongst the South American countries and to contribute to a regional stronger integration. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So the same two questions for Vice Minister Dávalos. Thank you very much. Regarding the joint commitments, from the Quito process, we have prioritized a strategic access, this coordination with other fora and in the region. We need a coordinated answer from the states and also from the different agencies working in this area. We have a roadmap to articulate these actions, to create joint positions, promote workshops, and everything aligned with the concept note presented by Ecuador for the fourth chapter of the Quito process and the products that from the pro tempore presidency we hope to reach during 2025 or produce. We mapped all the topics of the region, and we identified along the different axes of the different mechanisms the processes that deal with human mobility in the region. For instance, we identified that many of the processes deal with socioeconomic integration, regularization, temporal protection, childhood issues, family reintegration, national protection, combating against trafficking and smuggling. And everything, we want all of these things to be coordinated to make good use of the limited resources that we have. It is also fundamental, we believe, to strengthen these spaces in our agendas. We have to support host communities. In this regard, we have separated plus the thematic differences. We have the different initiatives that we have now and that we could undertake in 2025. We work with CCM, with RCM, with MIRS, we work with Chile, and with Migration Affairs in OAS. We also want to promote a dialogue with a group of friends, donor countries of the Quito process, philanthropic stakeholders, multilateral banks, in order to coordinate strategies and technical and financial support for the people who are under mobility and for the recipients. We have prioritized the pan-social work, forming the academic network of the Quito process and civil society network of the Quito process. We want to strengthen the evidence-based dialogue. We want to promote initiatives and generate knowledge for the preparation of public policies favoring those persons that are under human mobility. And to repeat that this is a technical space, an operational space, different from ideological or political issues. And one of our axes of our actions are to strengthen bonds with all the mechanisms that work with human mobility in the region and try to become more efficient in our efforts through those coordinations. To conclude, we believe that in the framework of the IMRF, we need to give room to human mobility and to all the programs regarding human mobility. They need to be visibilized and supported by international stakeholders. Thank you very much. I think that we have been able to comply with the purposes of the panel in record time. And once again, we find many coincidences between what you have said regarding the activities that you are carrying out in each one of your organizations, and also regarding which are the purposes that you have. There's a coincidence regarding the improvement of migration governance, but also regarding data and policy development based on evidence. Another coincidence that I believe is important to point out is the greater participation or the visibilization of the contribution of the civil society and the private sector, academic sector, etc., which reinforces the implementation of the pan-social principle of the compact, but now implemented in the reality of the regional entities. And we have several suggestions and lines of action that are more specific, from labor competences to support of host communities with a perspective focused on regional integration, as the representative of Brazil mentioned. So I believe it's very interesting to see how in these brief moments you have been able to present the work and the goals, the objectives from a point of view of development and point of view of the contribution of migrants to recipient countries or host communities. And then also you have mentioned how to increase its contribution without losing sight of the problems and situations of greater vulnerabilities that they might face the migration process. So if you don't want to add something besides questions, particularly what I would like to add is, in a forum like this, there are so many countries represented that we need to interconnect this fora with timely information, not to duplicate information. We know that fora are very important in your region, but having a mechanism could be an elemental and key part to be able to monitor and establish actions in the short, mid, and long term regarding migration in the regions that we can represent.
Muchas gracias. ¿Alguna de ustedes quiere agregar una idea adicional?
Would anyone else like to add something? Yes, once again, repeat that the resources are limited, and so we must make an efficient use of them. So it is essential to coordinate what we have done, and we've worked with support by IDB together with Colombia, Peru, Chile, and Ecuador, of course, on a regional platform for migration information that we will be working with soon. And that could be the basis for a platform to extend information not only to these countries, but the entire region, and so have evidence-based public policies. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Tenemos
Well, we have a couple of minutes. If anyone else would like to take the floor, any government delegation, would you like to take the floor? And if so, please raise your name tag. And please keep your presentations extremely brief. Otherwise, we will delay the end of this segment, and that will unhitch the other parallel events that many are organizing, and I'm sure that many of you also would like to take part in. And so, I believe that the delegate of Cuba has the floor, then Chile, and then Bolivia. But the truth, very short, please. I will be taking your time. And Venezuela. Well, thank you. Being short is a challenge after the summary of our panel by our panelists. I would like to thank the UN authorities, multilateral agencies, and nations of the region present here for this space, where truly there have been many commonalities and consensus regarding the most urgent topics related to migration at the center of our attention in the region, and that cannot be assessed in a manner disconnected from the social realities, the issue of poverty and inequality, which is among the deepest causes of migration. I would like to highlight the positive work by multilateral agencies present here, which shows that cooperation in this sphere is the ideal framework to work for regular, safe, and orderly migration, leaving behind the worrying issue of smuggling and trafficking in persons. In this, we fully agree with all the speakers in that strengthening joint work among countries of the region, materializing cooperation, dialogue, and genuine consensus is a challenge in order to put an end to the violation of the rights of migrants, xenophobia, and ensure respect for their integrity, dignity of the migrants and their families. We lastly would like to add that Cuba promotes the agreement and implementation of effective mechanisms for dialogue with the countries of the region and others in relation to migrants, sustaining regularly talks with 24 countries of the region as an effective mechanism. At the same time, we would also like to put across that coercive unilateral measures that violate international law, which are politically motivated, have an impact on the migration flows, and universally rejected and condemned blockade of Cuba and the arbitrary inclusion of our country in the list of states that sponsor terrorism has harmful impacts on the living conditions of our people and is a factor that encourages irregular migration. To conclude, I wish once again to thank and say that human mobility is a phenomenon as old as humanity itself, and many of us here descend from migrants, and that our ancestors contributed their talent and experience to the places where, on account of the most diverse reasons, they decided to live. And so we appeal on our possibilities and work for the rights of those who are migrating today, and we wish everyone a better future. I thank the delegate of Cuba. The delegate of Chile is recognized. Ambassador Hernandez, 2 minutes, please. The chair, yes, 3 ideas. There was mention of how the region had contributed to the compact in this same room in 2017. The region applied, as the civil society said yesterday, the human-based and rights-based approach. And this, we believe, must be reaffirmed at this meeting, regional review, as an approach to carry forward to the meeting next year. This has implications for public policy, approaches, and everything that has been said by who have taken the floor. Our country is materializing this with our immigration law as well as a migratory policy, a special emphasis on the issue of multilateralism, which is perhaps one of the elements that today comes out in the panel that you have directed. And second, in these regional hearings over the last 5 years, we've counted of 6 pillars that we believe that hearing processes may contribute to the next meeting. One, as Alejandro Dawa mentioned, the humanitarian approach. We've had a very powerful experience in responding to the humanitarian crisis in the region. Second, the migratory approach, as described by the North American Consensus, and where we have each time more planned migration policies, and recognition to Jorge Pizarro, who in that process proposed that we should never forget that approach. And third, regional cooperation. I will not repeat this because I say that this has been reaffirmed by everyone who took the floor, but also international cooperation. What we need is to work each time more jointly with us. Our friends have pointed out that with the agencies of the international system, as was mentioned here, there are 2 elements that we believe are key and that stem from the region that could be taken to the next meeting. One, the social migrant integration, the dialogue among the host communities and the migrants coming to these communities. Canada has shared their experience, and I thank the Canadian delegation who have always been attentive in picking up our proposals along those lines. And I think that we must also face xenophobia and all types of discrimination with this new narrative. And I would close with the human rights approach, the approach of interculturality. We must have an intercultural dialogue each time more powerful, as the delegate of Jamaica said. This was also mentioned by the delegates that speak other languages and who today feed us with or nourish us with the Portuguese language. And I would like to mention what was said by my country yesterday afternoon, and I will describe in greater detail this afternoon. We need to consider children, migrants, who do not appear in our records, but that's the rule. They're among the family group, tutors. And so this is key. And of course, gender equity, which is cross-cutting, and an aspect that in this region could be taken as a contribution to the next FEM meeting. Well, thank you. Almost within time. And so now I recognize the delegate of Bolivia, and also please be brief. Thank you. Thank you. And I would like to thank you for giving me the floor, and also the speakers who have accompanied us with this topic. I think it is important here to highlight first the pillars of work that we must focus our work on at the plurinational state of Bolivia. There are 3 that guide this issue of the consular and migratory policy related to human mobility, childhood, gender, and the fight against human trafficking. At the same time, they're an important part of the dialogue held in these spaces for integration. And here, although I've heard that it is important that both the CRM as well as the CCM have a dialogue in order to know how in the region we're working on migration, I also believe that within the CCM that we're able to pick up a lot of these spaces that have already been active and where cooperation is very important. And Brasilia has the temporary chair of the Pro-Andina community last year, and that we will transfer to Colombia, and that we worked a lot in relation to migration information, and also included the human trafficking and smuggling, and also the regional platform for the fight against human trafficking stems from a cooperation project that has the chair that is rotational. This year we've handed over to Peru. There is another effort of cooperation to work on specific topics in our fight against human trafficking and smuggling. So it is important that everything that has been said today may unite these initiatives and so be more efficient with the cooperation resources. What we need is that work interactively through dialogue and create necessary proposals in order to address migration. And before closing, very briefly, I agree with what was mentioned by my colleague from Chile to working in the host communities is of key importance, and within that framework, always promote respect for the rights of all migrant persons. Thank you. Well, thank you, delegate, and that was under 2 minutes. And now, you have also contributed, reminding us of the experience of the Andean community as well as this other experience of the platform against human trafficking and smuggling, currently chaired by Peru. So thank you for that contribution. And so to close, I now recognize the delegate of Venezuela, and also if you, at the very most, use 2 minutes. Well, thank you for recognizing me, Chair. My country has been mentioned many times, and we continue to be in vogue. The delegate of Chile spoke of the meeting held in the same room. I am here. I was here in 2017. I would like to refresh that in 2017, the failed Group of Lima against the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela was created, and which gave rise to, time later, the interagency platform directed by the UNHCR and AM to attend the many Venezuelan migrants and millions of refugees. This is not surprising. This is a politicized agreement. And furthermore, at the time, 1 year later, the Quito process appeared. For what? To study the situation of Venezuelan migration, a migration that was induced. Venezuela has 1,028 coercive unilateral measures. In the year 2014, we had entries of $55 billion for the exports, basically of hydrocarbons, and the next year in $700 million. But in parallel, the members of the Lima Group, and now version 2.0, went to the border, used the networks, the international media to say to our nationals, leave, because we will welcome you, because we already have laws, we already have decrees, we already have resolutions. Leave with your national ID cards. Flee without your documents, including passports, which were already expired. This shows the political use of migration. Speakers have shined in this way. Please wrap up, sir. The other thing, Chair, and I beg of you, please to give me another minute and a half.
On the other hand, funding. Who has funded all of this? You probably heard about the scandal in the last year and a half, whereby thousands and thousands of dollars were used to put governments down, sovereign governments as ours. On the other hand, to finalize my comments, where has all of that money delivered to Quito process and the interagency AR4B? Where has that all gone? I think that an audit is needed to find out where that has gone, because it was a lot of money. So talking about the Global Compact 2018 and not consider these realities, and even further, to flagrantly be selective against a country, that should draw the attention of all. That's what this forum is all about. That's what it should do. Thank you, Venezuela. And this now closes the round. We are right on time or a little bit behind schedule, but we just don't have any more time. Oh, yes, 30 seconds for the last speaker. Thank you, Pamela. I thank this panel. I really appreciate you mentioning a couple things because for UNODC, this is very important. I'm talking about human trafficking and for humans as well. And Bolivia, I thank you for mentioning PRET, which is the regional agency against human trafficking. It's another platform involved. We also have CORET, which is equivalent to PRET in Central America and the Caribbean. That's another process that gets states to join efforts to fight these crimes and in migration. And finally, I'd like to invite you all at the end of this panel to the side event we have with the many agencies at Aula number 2. We will be talking about the regional efforts to fight human trafficking. We'll see you there. You're invited. Well, thank you. I was going to make this announcement right now, and that is the need to close now so as not to be too late for the side events. There are 2 side events right now. The first one at Fernando Faiziber, ensuring human rights and non-discrimination principles in the implementation of the Global Compact. And the other one, preventing and combating smuggling of migrants and trafficking in persons at Aula number 2. This goes from 1:15 until 2:30, and we will meet again at 3 p.m. Thank you all. Chair. Thank you, Pamela. We now close this meeting and we'll adjourn until 3 p.m. Thank you very much for being here with me, and we'll see you later.
Muy buenas tardes, vamos a iniciar el segundo segmento. Señor viceministro, aquí ya.
Good afternoon. We are now getting ready to begin once again.
Muy buenas tardes, espero que hayan tenido
Afternoon. I hope you enjoyed your lunch in terms of the side events or lunch, whatever your personal decision was. I would like to begin this first afternoon panel on inclusion in order to ensure migration policies that promote equal rights and opportunities. We would like to recognize Byron Cardenas from the OHCHR office in Panama. Byron, the floor is yours. Thank you, Chair. And well, first of all, good afternoon, everyone, authorities, delegates, colleagues, representatives of the civil society, and also of UN agencies. And welcome to this first panel on inclusion that I will be moderating. And it is an honor to do so also on behalf of the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights and other agencies that have contributed to prepare the session. The aim of this panel is to encourage discussion, interaction based on evidence and directed at identifying opportunities to strengthen cooperation and implementing the goals 14, 15, 16, 19, 20, and 22 of the World Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration. Dialogue will be focused on consular effects, access to basic services, empowering of migrants and societies to achieve social cohesion and inclusion. And we will also speak of the conditions for contribution to sustainable development, remittances and financial inclusion, as well as mechanisms for portability of social security rights. Today, in the opening session, in the high-level panel, we've all heard extensively of the various benefits and contributions made by migrants to host and transit communities and destination countries. Also, the remittances, diversification of the labor market. Colombia shared the progress made in regularizing millions of Venezuelan migrants, allowing them to access this type of rights. So we're speaking of not only recognizing the economic benefits of migration and labor regularization, but also of the integration, inclusion that allows people to access a broad array of human rights recognized under national legislations and in the regional and international framework of human rights, empowering migrant persons to exercise their economic, social, and cultural rights, including health, education, an appropriate living standard. All of these things are essential in the view of the World Compact and directly linked to the integration and inclusion of persons that we will now see in this panel. And so I would now like to introduce the panel. We have Tatiana Hernandez, who is head of the Equality Policies Division at the Ministry of Women and Gender Equity, Chile. Also, Stephanie Leung, who is the Director of International Migration Policy, Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship of Canada. Alejandro Dávalos, Vice Minister of Human Mobility, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ecuador. Also, Pablo Seriani, expert, UN Committee on Migrant Workers and their relatives, BMW, and Patricia Rojas, Association of Venezuelan Persons in Chile. And so I will ask a series of questions in 3 rounds. I will be indicating who's to answer each question, and each speaker will have 5 minutes to answer. So let's begin with the first question, which is, how can governments, national governments, and local governments improve equitable access to basic services, encouraging significant inclusion of migrants to the host communities, and erase the systemic obstacles to social cohesion, regardless of their migratory situation? And so we begin with Tatiana Hernandez from Chile. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you for the invitation to be here. I bring greetings to all in this room, especially the colleagues from the CUT, the union workers, and the transmigrant persons who face such a challenge in trying to get rights met for all migrants, including all diversities. First of all, I'd like to refer to basic services. As of the Gender Equality Division, we coordinate everything that has to do with mainstreaming gender. We wish to improve access and the quality of attention and services. We have institutional coordination so as to ensure that this happens. We also have to do with programs to attend persons who have survived gender violence. The health ministry in Chile has implemented measures since 2023 in order to help with health attention for migrants, starting by women and children. The measures have been expanded following item number 4 of a decree since 2016, which allows for people without documents to have health access by FONASA. In 23, a 15 item made it even easier direct access to health services with MIR in health services. We are still working with that ID, MIR. Now, the support in primary care aims to delete barriers for migrants according to adaptation in each community based on a pilot program that was held between 2015 and 2016 in different areas of the country. The PRAT follows the international health recommendations that promote interculturality in health services. The program has to do with equal health for all, and it follows the national health policy that goes from 21 up to 30, aiming at reducing disequality in health, especially for migrants. It also wants health, comprehensive health, placing persons at the core with quality care and with cultural diversity considered. Now, the health services are improving on this. We wish to still improve the quality of the service better even more, especially attending populations with more migrants. This is a program that has 3 components, the delivery of information, interculturality in the care, and attention to migrants in irregular situation in priority areas. Now, what have we done to support this? With UNFPA, the Women's Ministry has in Tarapacá conducted 2 missions in 22 and 23. We had transitory shelter for some of these persons. We also have some new assistential centers, and we have provided primary care attending migrants, vulnerable migrants in camps, in squares, and elsewhere. We have found some weaknesses in the focus related to gender and others, such as emergency. And I'm very responsible in saying this because that is the government where I work. That is why we have created training for health officials and also for those who provide service to victims of gender violence. This has to do with first aid and often as an emergency attention. There we also see a roadmap having to do with gender violence, including recommendations for the first attention when there's violence, sexual violence, and at GE 86, and people needing that kind of attention. Right now, we're about to bring in a new initiative funded by the Spanish cooperation to strengthen the capability of public care that is provided for women and gender in order to have women with the right to a life free of violence, especially in Tarapacá. The idea of this project is to help the government to ensure from the moment women migrants come into the country, they will suffer no violence because of being a migrant. It also strengthens public service that is offered by the Gender Equality Division in order to provide assistance to people or women who are on the move and who are suffering from violence. This includes help in the temporary shelters through a team, a social, psychosocial, legal team that will provide this kind of information. Now, and when these temporary shelters close down, we are preparing one for highly vulnerable persons. We also have an intersectorial group in order to have information with access to justice, and this naturally related to human rights, and this has been managed by the legal branch. There is a procedure then on the first when the person comes to the border on the first occasion, offering the quality that these people deserve. Now, there is CERNAME, another program that wishes to speed up all of the system because of emergency needs. This attends foreign women that have been victims as dictated by the courts. I won't tell you how many women can be part of that. There's also an aid for women, no matter what their migrating situation is, can have access to all of the services offered for women. And this has to do with her physical situation. This aims, for example, to attend women who have suffered from violence, such as another system. We have attended 813 persons in temporary condition. 280, by the way, out of 833. In 2024, UN's system for gender empowerment and ACNUD, UNICEF, and the Citizen Safety Security Center from Chile University had a cycle of training to respond to the violence against women and girls that involved about 180 persons. This was online with a program for 32 hours. And thus we will be able to improve training to better respond to women and girls who have suffered from gender violence. I also wish to thank the officials from UN Women who are now implementing an initiative, a binational initiative with Bolivian women, Bolivian and Chilean women. This is related to migration and gender violence. We're working hand in hand. Thank you very much for your attention.
Muchas gracias, Tatiana. Y ahora pasamos con el señor.
Very well, thank you. We now proceed to hand over to Mr. Alejandro Dávalos. Thank you. Good afternoon. Indeed, human mobility is related to many, many things, social, economic, labor sectors, but we must get to the migration to be safe and orderly. And this involves the rights to immigrants. We wish to have their inclusion, ensuring decent jobs. These are rights that are part of the Constitution: health, education, social security, notwithstanding their migratory condition. In Ecuador, we have a policy divided into 5 pillars. I will make quick reference. First of all, prevention of risks, and we have intensified measures to protect migrants and the rights of the most vulnerable ones. And besides, we have a list of services provided by the service in different areas available, free services that are free of access, especially even for migrants who prefer to stay in Ecuador. We have also a protection for migrants in Ecuador. We have expanded the assistance, trying to also attend the community of Ecuadorians who live abroad. We have created a program for following up these persons so they may have quality services. We also provide assistance to those who come to Ecuador searching for protection, ensuring all of their rights. And we have strengthened channels to provide timely information and to attend their needs. The other one has to do with the attention of Ecuadorians abroad and those who have returned. We have thus organized courses for entrepreneurship last year for more than 2,000 Ecuadorian migrants in different consulates throughout the world. We also have training programs for financial issues, migration. More than 20,000 Ecuadorians had come. We have offered assistance to Ecuadorians who have migrated abroad, and we have improved our consular services through virtual platforms. In Ecuador, all of the consulates are fully digitalized. People can have access through any smartphone or computer. We are also having notary services digitalized. Aside from this, we have a certificate for the returned migrant, making it easier for those who come back with a series of benefits in education, financial as well. The next one has to do with the foreign community living in Ecuador. Since 2019, we have delivered about 160,000 visas to normalize their situation. This gives us security. It gives security to the migrants. It fights xenophobia and ensures they have full access to formal labors. We also have to do with the efficiency and attention of consular services. I already talked about this. We have 6 digital platforms that cover 90% of consular services that are available right now. This was developed in 2024. And finally, I will mention 3 mechanisms that we have in Ecuador so as to mainstream public policies in terms of human mobility. First, the tables on human mobilities to disseminate the policies that the state has passed in order to be related with civil society and national international cooperation and the general participation of the citizens. In these tables, we analyze strategic information for the construction of public policy in that matter. Until March of this year, we have had 24 of these tables or of these meetings with the participation of the more than 6,000 persons. More than 200 institutions have participated. Secondly, the national agenda for the equality in human mobility. It is to last 4 years. The focus has to do with the relationship of public policies at all levels of government, local, national, and to guide public policy to narrow the gaps that hinder the exercise of basic rights for all persons, including migrants. And finally, I'd like to tell you that Ecuador is now developing a national plan for the implementation of PMM 2529. This document, done with the support of IMO and UN, has been prepared and will be in the second semester of this year. It is based on different topics, social, finance, and migratory governance. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Mr. Alejandro. And we will now continue with Patricia Rojas.
Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank you for this possibility on behalf of the civil society, organized civil society, and to have the chance to participate in this meeting and this panel, because this is the response of a request we have submitted many years ago to have this chance to discuss with different stakeholders when discussing the governance related to the issues pertaining immigration. Concerning now how the national and local governments are doing, we need to improve the equitable access to basic services. And from the civil society organizations, we should say that the main challenge is related to the regularization processes and also the observance of the rights of people in mobility. The states should include everything related to the government, the orderly, safe, and regular migration, and the people should be always the target of rights. And the approach should be not only based on the sovereignty of the receiving countries, but first and foremost, everything related to the regularity of the migrant people, because we are the people who suffer and undergo these consequences when we are dehumanized. And the processes of regularization should not be therefore treated in punctual way. On the contrary, we should implement processes of regularization that are ongoing and permanent, allowing the countries to have better public policies targeted to the effective integration of the people on mobility aligned with the present needs and based on the fundamental rights of people. Migration is intrinsic for the human nature, and that's why we should have this perspective of humanity and dignity, and always including the observance of rights, and today more than ever the guarantee of the due processes and the international law. The second challenge that we would like to discuss today is related to the access to the fundamental services and rights as education, which impairs the rights of the children and adolescents who are out of these safe places and are exposed to criminality. And this would translate in some problems for the security, public security of the receiving countries. The educational establishments are spaces where naturally occur the integration and interculturality, normally without prejudices, and tear down the stereotypes that foster the second-class citizenship. And this is why for the migrants and the organized civil society, it's important to regulate the access of migrant adolescents and children to education. Concerning now the access to healthcare, we understand that one of the mobilizers of people are the complex humanitarian crisis, and restricting the access to healthcare doesn't only impair the human right, but also becomes a problem of public health vis-a-vis the inability of the governments to create the public policies for the prevention and the treatment of chronic diseases. We should come back in time to the times of the pandemic, when the states deployed important efforts in order to guarantee the access to vaccination as a way to diminish the impact of the COVID-19 in the receiving country. That should be the spirit of inclusion when providing the health care to the migrants, regardless of their status. It is important to move forward in providing information by the different institution of the states on how people can have access to the services such as health, education, and humanitarian visas for problems of violence against women and so on. Unfortunately, I should say that in Chile, only 8 women have benefited of this visa for the victims of gender violence since the implementation of this regulation. Then we have to tear down the installed narratives that relate migration to the lack of order and also the loss of employment, the abuse of services as healthcare and education and criminality. We have observed that these narratives are gaining space in the institutions, and this is also translates in some new laws that would generate this a lack of protection for the groups of adolescent children, women, LGTB members, and so on. It is very important to have differentiated the approaches for each one of these communities so that we can tackle their peculiar needs. I will stop here because I know that we have another series of statements. Thank you, Patricia. Well, I would like to add, and I would like to thank Tatiana and Alejandro for their statements in this first round of comments, where we heard very important contributions related to the equitable access to healthcare, education as a way to overcome the different barriers impeding people, the migrating people, to have access to rights. And also, we should underscore the different efforts that are made to struggle this violence against women, the impairment of their rights, and that can aggravate their situation of vulnerability. And we will continue and move on to the second round of questions. Now, I should ask you, which are the main challenges the countries are facing and impeding the inclusion of migrant people, as well as the access to social protection, and how they can be faced with the innovative policies? So we will have 5 minutes accorded to each one of the panelists, and we'll start with Stephanie Lenz from Canada. You have the floor now.
Thank you so much. I'd like to begin by extending Canada's gratitude to the United Nations Network for Migration and for ICLAC for organizing this GCM regional review. And of course, I want to thank my fellow panelists. I've learned so much yesterday. I'm learning so much today from you, but also from others who are here as member state representatives, civil society, and other stakeholders here as well. Yesterday's multi-stakeholder hearing and side events really brought attention to challenges and opportunities. The question is framed as challenges, but I'm going to speak from the opportunities perspective, if that's okay, as an angle. And I think you can see very much there sort of the flip side of the same coin when you talk about opportunities and challenges. For Canada, the keys to harnessing opportunities that are driven and informed by challenges for inclusion are how to build closer partnerships between national, provincial, territorial governments, with local governments, with employers in the private sector, with non-governmental organizations. But we also want to make sure that existing policies and programs continue to be fit for purpose to achieve their stated goals. And this goes to the challenge of collecting and the opportunity, collecting and using data. And then thirdly, another challenge and an opportunity, how to ensure that there is positive public supports for migrants and migration. Last week, Canada swore in a new Prime Minister, Mark Carney, and there is also a new Minister for Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship Canada, Rachel Bananian. But I already know they were all sworn in on Friday. Today is Wednesday. I already know that she has affirmed that immigration is at the heart of Canada's identity and prosperity. So in Canada, we really do view settlements and integration as an ongoing whole of society endeavor, with newcomers and Canadians sharing responsibilities and benefits. And successful integration is key to realizing the economic, social, and cultural benefits of immigration and to foster diverse and inclusive societies. And making Canada work as a country is complicated. Making Canada work and immigration work is also very complicated and complex. We have multi-layers of governments with different roles and responsibility, but achieving success through our years of experience, through our years of trial and error, really requires many actors to come together and be willing to work together. Canada makes significant financial investments in settlement services. These have been built up over many years, but we actually invest more than $1 billion Canadian dollars per year in settlement services that support migrants and refugees across the country to overcome barriers specific to their newcomer experience so that they can undertake a longer-term integration and settlements on a similar footing as other Canadians. And really, this is all about partnerships. We can't do it alone as a federal government. We fund a network of over 500 non-governmental, nonprofit organizations that provide services across the country. And these services are free to migrants and newcomers and refugees. And services include orientation services, needs assessments. What do they need to help them integrate? Language classes in English, French, our two official languages, employment-related services, and community connections. So we recognize the importance of jobs and economics, but we also understand the importance of really fitting into one's community, the schools of their kids, maybe even the sports field where they live. And how do we create that sense of belonging? We also recognize there is need for support services, and that includes childcare and interpretation. We've looked at some barriers of why some newcomers do not take up these services. They're free. Why aren't they taking it up? And sometimes it's a matter of they're trying to hold down 2 or 3 jobs. Sometimes there's a language barrier. Sometimes it's a cultural barrier. So we have these supportive services in hopes that they'll be able to take advantage of these services. We've also continued to strengthen data and the knowledge of actually what works and what doesn't work as well. We ask all our service provider organizations to feed information back to the federal government, to report on outcomes, to report on how many people take classes, how many people show up. This system, the acronym is ICARE, or as we like to call it, iCare. It's very Canadian. And this is really an evidence base. We recognize it's a lot of work that we ask our service providers to provide information to us on a regular basis. But that is how we generate reports, outcome reports. That's what we base our evaluations on. We constantly have to evaluate our programs. This is a large amount of investments. We have to make sure that the money is spent properly. We even do cross-country consultations, and we have newcomer outcome surveys. We ask immigrants, have they been taking services? Are they working? Do they not work? Tell us more. And this data shows that these services do positively contribute to inclusion and welcoming communities, but there's room for improvement. And one area we've been focusing on is how to serve diverse and interconnected needs of migrant communities. And this could include in-school or after-school services, peer mentoring, LGBTQI services, connecting and supporting women joining the workforce, even conversation circles for seniors. It becomes a very complicated mapping of all the services, but we recognize that it's not a one-size-fits-all, and there is no model migrants. We have to be able to be tailored. So that's addressing a challenge with opportunities. And I would also note that I mentioned public support, and it's really important that they go hand in hand. And we have something called Immigration Matters, which is a communication campaign, but it's also an online resource and a multi-stakeholder partnership. And it's really to equip Canadian migrants with facts about how much they do contribute to Canada's society and how much to Canada's economy. And public narratives is something that we've learned from our international partnering, including with the government of Ecuador, on a community of practice on what works on public narratives and what doesn't work. And the key thing we know is governments cannot do it alone. We're not considered necessarily the trusted voices in communities. So who are those trusted voices, and how can the federal government partner with them? So I'll leave you with those thoughts for now. Thank you.
Gracias, Stephanie.
Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you, Stephanie. And now I offer the floor to Pablo Seriani. Thank you very much, Pablo Seriani. Thank you to everyone. Please allow me 30 seconds to pay homage to Jorge Martinez. We worked so many times together for so many years, especially regarding inclusion and social protection. So my greetings to his family and to the colleagues of ECLAC. I wanted to share 4 messages on inclusion. There's no inclusion without regularization. That's impossible. Regularization is a must in order to have social inclusion of the persons and migrant families. A lot has been said this morning about that. Regularization invites promoting formal work, labor protection, prevention of exploitation, protection of childhood, protection from risks during childhood, reduction of impunity, facilitate claims and access to justice in case of gender violence, and many others. It's a very long list regarding human development. It irradiates all public policies of a state. There's evidence about this in the region that goes back 25 years. One of the objectives of the compact, well, the countries of the region have so much data about the positive effects of regularization and the negative effects of not having access to regularization, job exploitation, informality. It's a very long list. So we have to implement measures aiming in this direction with coherence and bravely. We cannot give up vis-a-vis those voices that say that irregular migration is a danger. We cannot give up vis-a-vis that. We have evidence largely enough to counteract those messages. This morning, well, we're going to have a Latin American Forum on Sustainable Development, but there's no sustainable development without regularization. Second message, there's no inclusion without equality of rights. The region has many good practices in recognition equality for migrants independently of their condition, also in the exercise of labor rights, but without regularization, there's no right to work. So actually everything goes back to the message I just gave you, the right to education, to health, to social protection. There are many good practices in that sense. There are contradictions, also problems, obstacles, bureaucracy, training, sensitization, many topics that need to be dealt with for these laws to be implemented. And there are also recent challenges. There are countries that are implementing regressive reforms and that curtail rights of migrants. The last example was last year when, unfortunately, in Buenos Aires, 13% of the population is formed by migrants, and they established a curtail in the access to universal health, universal free access to health. The third message, there's no inclusion with xenophobia. Impossible. These, from the field of communication, but from the state at national level, by action or omission, migration is seen as a problem. Migrants like if they had more rights than foreigners. Well, again, we go back to political will and to be brave to point out that without equality of rights, we all lose, not only the migrant population, but if we want to reach the Sustainable Development Goals in social protection, in improvement of job conditions, economic growth, for all that, we need regularization. And finally, there's no inclusion without a comprehensive approach. So we have the pan-government need. I don't have time to go into the details, but what I want to say is that the institutional design of many states regarding human mobility is biased. Sometimes we focus in mobility itself. They crossed a border, you have a document, but here we're talking about inclusion. This is not the field of a migration office, but this pertains to many areas. I will speak more about that when I answer the next question. Thank you.
Gracias, Pablo.
Thank you. You have 7 seconds left, so I'll save them for you. Now, Mr. Alejandro Dávalos, please. Thank you again. A common challenge that we have in the region to achieve better inclusion and integration of migrants is a lack or the limited economic resources. Budget restrictions always restrict the capacity of the governments to implement better policies and programs, fostering socioeconomic inclusion and providing social protection to all persons. I include here host programs, regularization, etc. To face this challenge, we need to strengthen the international cooperation, not to weaken it, but rather we have to be aware of the effect this has upon persons in mobility. We need international financing and cooperation. We value the efforts of the international community and other stakeholders that contribute to the strengthening of our capacities. Nevertheless, these difficulties directly affect migrants and have direct consequences upon the capacity of response to the migration flows in the region. We need different kinds of programs. Another important challenge is the access to basic services like health, education, and employment. In Ecuador, there are regulations guaranteeing access to all these services by all persons independently from their migratory condition, but this is not the case in all the countries of the region. Also, we have policies to fight xenophobia, and they have been implemented in the country through educational programs, for instance. We're trying to change the narrative and the negative perceptions about migration. These programs foster social cohesion and promote a positive image of migrants as what they really are, agents of development and agents that contribute to the social condition and the development of our culture and our society. Finally, regional cooperation is essential to face migration challenges effectively, and in the Quito process, in charge of Ecuador this year, the countries of the regions, we have worked on joint strategies to promote family reunification, for example, to promote the protection of all the rights of migrants. This initiative shows that the collaboration between countries, maintaining the dialogue at a technical level, can generate innovative solutions and sustainable solutions. For instance, we have the socioeconomic integration strategy, the anti-xenophobia strategy. These things have allowed us to fight against discrimination. We have also created tools like the consular guide for trafficking and smuggling and the early detection of these problems, so countries are in a better standing to protect their more vulnerable groups. The experience of Ecuador and the region shows that political will, international cooperation, and innovative policies, with all these elements, it is possible to move forward towards a more just and inclusive migration inclusion. Thank you. Thank you, Alejandro. And thus, we conclude the second round of questions, and now we move on to the third and last round of questions. And allow me then to ask you the following question. What concrete measures can the governments adopt in order to strengthen the consular protection, access to services, inclusion, contribution of migrants and the diaspora, and social protection? How can the associations strengthen these efforts? And we start with Mrs. Stephanie Young. 5 minutes, please.
Thank you. So when I spoke about Canada's settlement program, I noted the importance of that whole of society approach to partnerships, that monitoring and achieving better outcomes, and the public supports. So I think for actionable steps, I leave you with a few thoughts. In terms of strengthening partnerships, one thing that Canada has been trying to do is to broaden our range of partners and stakeholders through the use of pilots, through the use of a very specific or tailored programming to see if new partners and new stakeholders can help us with better integration and better outcomes. We, of course, continue our long-standing work with existing partners, but it's adding in new voices and also new ideas that I think that it could be an actionable step for everyone to consider. Especially with the increasing diversity of clients and needs, we're looking at taking inclusion to the schools, to the workplace, community centers, sports fields, health clinics, and other networks. Employers are another area where we've been doing many pilots with them, and we've actually linked employers with settlements and with pathways. We have something called the Atlantic Immigration Program, where it goes to a more rural part of Canada, and employers are a critical part of what we call a settlement plan. Every single immigrant that goes through this program as a pathway to Canada for permanent residence has to be partnered with an employer, and that employer has to promise to be part of their settlement plan and be part of their settlement journey at the workplace, yes, but also in the broader sense of helping their employee settle and integrate into Canada. We have the Economic Mobility Pathways Pilot, EMPP, which is our refugee complementary pathway. And that is also a partnership with employers as well, where we match skills, labor skills, language skills, and labor needs. And employers are also partners in that pathway. In a more somber example, Canada's efforts against gender-based violence have also forged new partnerships between migrant settlement organizations and organizations battling gender-based violence generally. And it has raised awareness of both sides of each other's issues. Another actionable step is creating spaces for migrant voices to be heard. And we hope that, of course, these are diverse voices of lived experiences, men, women, diverse genders, young, old, different cultural and ethnic backgrounds. The federal department that I work for, Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship Canada, we've launched something called a Council of Newcomers, which is a new initiative. We're bringing together 12 newcomers who've been in Canada for less than 10 years and who've gone through our immigration system, however you want to define that. And they get the opportunity to sit with our senior leaders and talk about challenges, opportunities, and we hope that their views and their experiences can help us improve our programming. And lastly, we support inclusion efforts through international capacity building projects as well. We've been very fortunate to partner with the IOM and the UNHCR to support capacity building projects for migrant protection and integration in Ecuador, Peru, Brazil, Costa Rica, and Mexico. And we know that such projects are such an important part of Canada's efforts in supporting regional efforts in migration and protection. And we're also very pleased to partner with the International Labour Organization on an initiative to strengthen public and private sector capacities to harness international migrant workers and facilitate their social and labor inclusion in Chile and Uruguay as well. So a few of these ideas perhaps for actionable steps, again, really stems from the federal government recognition that we cannot do this alone, but when there are willing partners and when there are common goals, especially guided by the objectives and the cross-cutting principles of the Global Compact for Migration, we believe that these actionable steps can be within reach and that these can strengthen domestic inclusion, but also regional inclusion as well. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Stephanie. Le doy la palabra ahora a Tatiana.
Prometo demorarme menos. A mí me toca hablar sobre las contribuciones de las migrantes o migrantes, pero yo voy a hablar sobre las migrantes y la diáspora y cómo las asociaciones pueden mejorar estos esfuerzos. Desde el Ministerio de la Mujer y la Equidad de Género, así como también desde el Servicio Nacional de la Mujer y la Equidad de Género, hemos fortalecido la participación.
We have strengthened the situation of migrant women as well as the voice of migrant women in our institutional instances for participation, such as the civil society councils, and where the Ministry of Women, there are 3 out of 15 participations taking part, migrant associations of women. For us, it is very relevant, this information. In these councils, we see the proposals in terms of public policy. And in the council, as the name says, they advise the authorities of the ministries today to have better strategies, communications in bills, and so on. And the plan for equality between men and women, 2018-2030, the national plan for pathways free of gender violence, enjoyed the voice of migrant women, organized as well as not organized, for the design and update. Regarding the National Equality Plan, migrant women were able to not only have the targets linked to migrant women cross-cuttingly in terms of all rights recognized under the National Equality Plan, but also have specific targets associated to a special group, subject of rights, 13 targets and 24 indicators for migrant women. And in here, the idea is to meet very specific aims related to ensuring the enjoyment and respect of migrant women living in the country, encouraging their integration to the national life in equal conditions, improve domestic regulation to allow their inclusion in a more agile and efficient way, and have administrative facilities to ensure the rights and benefits, including health programs, access to education, access to employment, and entrepreneurship, legal advice, recognition of degrees, among others. The plan also considers online monitoring of the civil society, and through various media, we've invited civil society organizations to roll at the site, and we can monitor the equality plan. And also, we have associations of migrant women that are part of those who monitor us in our equality plan, and that is extremely important. And then regarding the plan for pathways free of gender violence, it will begin soon with an initiative that's ongoing to train 600 women in 8 regions of the country on gender violence topics, violence against women, girls and diversities, political participation, and the incidence of women in public policy. And so that women may hear of the plans, quality as well as the national plan for the right to pathways free of gender violence and the overall act, the new law and regarding gender violence, also reaching women and follow-up and monitoring. In all of these instances, the participation of women and organization of migrant women and the plan for pathways free of gender violence has 10 specific measures for migrant women. As the Ministry of Women and Gender Equity, we're convinced that cross-cutting gender or mainstreaming gender is possible throughout the cycle of public policy, and in this, migrant women have been a very relevant player. For example, to tell us that with little changes, we can, well, not only legislative, but small changes of an administrative nature, we can make major transformations. For example, Beijing a decree to award a temporary humanitarian visas for women experiencing gender violence. And in 2024, there were 37 awarded due to family violence were seen in family courts or the public defense service. And also we work with the Migration Office, transforming this decree so that the National Women's Service, speaking of the care provided for women who are victims and survivors of violence, that they may be classified as victims. And in this way, award them temporary humanitarian visas, because we know that same as Chilean women, migrant women are also afraid of reporting. They're ashamed of reporting, and even worse, they do not have the networks to make that decision, which is such a difficult decision to make, facing the justice system that often does not have the necessary training to carry out truly fair procedures regarding violence against women. We're hoping that this change to the Decree 177 may soon come about, and that women may experience a substantive change. Thank you. Once again, thank you, Tatiana. And now we will move on with Pablo Seriani. Yes, thank you. Picking up where I left off, any talk about inclusion, integration, protection must bring us to analyze the institutionality in order to address these challenges. And there, the pan-government approach, and there are good practices in the region of having created interinstitutional bodies to address human mobility, the principles of complementarity and coherence. It was clear what was saying. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has a series of key functions: foreign policy, regional agreements, multilateral agreements, bilateral agreements, consular protection, and so many others, things that could have a major effect in creating regular pathways and so many other things. The smuggling, human smuggling, as well as trafficking. we see migration, but decides whether they're going to be given a residence or not. The idea is to rethink the entire institutionality to address each one of these dimensions. And it is there that migrants share our community. They're already settled in our communities. And so the intervention by the national or local government taking on responsibilities each time more core when we're speaking, especially in countries that are highly decentralized. But here we're talking about work, authorities in terms of education, or childhood, or gender, housing, health, so on. And the truth is that I work on regarding to migrants for the last 20 odd years, but I think we need to demigrantize the conversation. Really, the conversation should be about health or education, not about whether the context that people come from. No, because you have a younger population and so on and so on. So for the health services, that is good. What are the challenges in terms of educational inclusion? Children, girls or boys that come from one context or another, traumas. These are, they don't have the documents. Well, okay, let's see how to resolve the administrative side, but not the education. That is should not even be questioned. So how can I speedily recognize the education degrees the person has acquired before reaching the territory, so that the process of economic social inclusion and win-win situation that we spoke about this morning to be done as quickly as possible? That is the situation, none other. The thing is that constantly we have these sieved conversations, a biased, sometimes toxic conversation with an entire catalog of prejudices regarding migration that has a harmful percolation in all our conversations. So, indigenous girls, migrant children, gender, and this. Well, how can I think of an educational policy for all these sectors to ensure equality and have all the positive impact of an inclusive education? So all of this has to do with how we see education, health. We want an open lens or a lens that is affected by other sort of beliefs and biases and discussion. The same thing socially, engagement. It is impossible. But we must democratize what we do in this. As a rule, let's take the responsibility for creating stable, permanent, genuine mechanisms for participation. It was mentioned this morning by various players that civil society organizations, in broad terms speaking, beginning with the migrants as such, or migrants that have been acquired refugee status, but there's so much information to contribute. When we're speaking of inclusion and integration, to see what happens at community level, access to service, social security, integration and inclusion experience in each community. Once again, the role of local governments in terms of proximity. But participation, not only by migrants who speak about migration, because once again, that's a focus that, well, it is important to recognize it, yes, because they need to channel their concerns and realities to what needs or capacities or challenges, opportunities there are. But then afterwards, the inclusion of migrants in spaces for participation. But or overcoming the migration status now, because they are persons like everyone else. So then we're talking about gender equality, the educational agenda, a childhood, and justice, or labor, or whatever. That is when we really are able to go beyond that initial message, where we're not finding solutions but creating difficulties, and where we really talk about what we need to talk about. That is, who are we? We are part of this community or that community. No matter where we came from, but it matters is where you're going. And so the mechanisms for participation go far beyond that discussion about merely migration. We might move on to the multidimensional area, where everyone who needs to be there are those that are sitting around the table, who talk and find solutions to structural issues that we have throughout the region, especially Latin America and the Caribbean, and that is not ultimately migration. Thank you.
Gracias, Pablo.
Thank you, Pablo. And now let's move on to the last speaker for this round of questions, Patricia Rojas, please. In saying that the international scenario has changed significantly, and this has led to a call of attention, not only regarding international cooperation, but is also putting us to the test, the civil societies, organizations, and also the governments of the region. I cannot but mention the relation between the state organizations and their institutions and the community of migrants, as Pablo was saying. It is very important to design public policies focused on governance of migration, taking into account the needs, perspectives, and the pains of these stakeholders. But what we must begin to talk about, no longer talking about them, those who are arriving, and those of us who are here, because this leads to issues in our relations and effective coexistence. The challenge of a society is to advance instead of moving back in recognizing the rights of people, all people. And for what we're talking about, people who are in migrating. Migration taken out of electoral context is essential. Unfortunately, every time we have an electoral context in any country of the region, the issue of migration comes up as the enemy. The problem that we need to solve. In relation to consular protection, the request by the civil society and organization is for governments to try and keep the consular services working no matter what, regardless of the quality of the diplomatic affairs with the other country. This is essential for regularization, but also assistance to the citizens in our territories, especially in context of forced human mobility, as the region is experiencing right now. Forced migration, Venezuelan citizens. And this has led to the lack of the necessary IDs, not only for people to enter or leave territories, but also for their regularization, especially girls, boys, and adolescents.
And I'm talking about a group of persons who have different sets of benefits. Like in Chile, there's humanitarian aid for children that works pretty well, but this has been interrupted for boys and girls who do not have a document for their own ID. So the consular relationship between states is fundamentally needed. It must work. The organizations are mobilized with a right and dignity towards women, and encouraging citizen participation, as Pablo well said. The idea is to get in touch with government authorities and telling them about the needs for protection. We are strengthening our networks to also have a regional perspective so as to have a wide idea on what's happening, and thus to have continuous regulation and to strengthen harmonious coexistence and social cohesion. This is complicated, challenging work, but we will continue betting on participating on decisions that have to do with migratory governance. This is something that affects our lives, so we cannot continue here just looking, and we must participate on everything that is decided on. Thank you. Thank you, Patricia. I also thank the panelists. With us, conclude the 3 rounds of questions. We now open up
Sentados la audiencia.
to hear from you here in the audience. We have 20 minutes to go.
Exacto. La persona que vaya a intervenir.
Whomever wishes to be recognized, please get your ID standing. And those who are in the back may also raise your arms. We will have 3 rounds of questions. And since we don't have much time, please be brief so as to give everyone a chance to speak up.
Okay, Chile, Guatemala.
Chile, Guatemala, and Mexico. I think Guatemala asked for the floor before I did.
Pero se me cayeron los anteojos por el ascensor, así que estoy tratando de ver, pero no es mala intención si no los veo.
I'm sorry, I can't see well without my glasses. Guatemala, and then Chile. Thank you, Chile. I really thank the panelists. I'd like to talk about 2 specific objectives, number 14 and 19. In 14, there's something very, very important, as we just heard, which is consular cooperation. But how do we make this more tangible? We do have an agreement with 3 countries together with Mexico, Honduras, and Guatemala. Through this agreement, we encourage consular cooperation. And let me talk about a tangible or concrete action. Guatemala, as other countries, has mobile consulates. They go outside the city and there they set up a consulate, a temporary consulate. Next week we'll have a mobile consulate in Orlando, Florida. But Orlando does not have a general consulate. So through this agreement, countries such as Mexico will provide these headquarters in Orlando, Florida. And why did I want to mention this example? Because this has to do with interventions. As Pablo well said, we want to have concrete action. So that's why I wanted to share this idea of the mobile consulate. My second comment has to do how to improve consulate protection and existence, well, through the use of technology in the implementation and updating tech tools, and also simplifying requirements. Somebody said something about this, and we should also devote efforts in that direction. Thirdly, in terms of number 19, we must maintain a dialogue and especially listen to the diaspora. That's where we figure out what their needs are. We can't invent the wheel. We have to listen to their needs and how we can improve consular protection. Thank you. Guatemala, thank you. Thank you. I would like to quickly refer to an activity that we had yesterday with IMO, with UNICEF, and other countries here present. And we will send this in writing, by the way. This has to do with strengthening consular coordination so as to help migrants, especially children. Yesterday, I was the rapporteur. We decided on a line of action that the region, Latin American and Caribbean, has at the compact based on human rights. And somebody also said, including gender. The ideas heard are related to the contribution that Latin America and the Caribbean have made towards migrants, especially with human rights, emphasizing the more vulnerable groups. Secondly, the relevance of the host communities. Thirdly, the role of consular cooperation with a regional focus. That is to say, beyond what we just heard, there are initiatives that are bilateral, but that are, as in case of Guatemala and South America, are a part of the regional consular situation and relation. In the morning, together with the regional conference. Fourth, the consular situation has to do with humanitarian needs, showing especially the needs of children who are on the move. And some of the participants asked for a system of early warning vis-a-vis children so as to coordinate their needs. We also talked about bilateral relationship in a global means. There we may have initiatives like we are developing here. And there's a synergy between consular situation and others, such as specialized organizations and a centralized data system, so to have a true picture of the region in terms of migration. CEPAL, CELADE may help us to gain a picture on the flows and migration in the region. Thank you. Thank you, Chile. Barbados, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity to address the gathering here. I am Janice Robinson, Chief Immigration Officer from Barbados. And this is my colleague over here, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Home Affairs. Now, the Barbados Immigration Department under the Ministry of Home Affairs and Information is tasked with enforcing the immigration law. It controls the entry, exit of persons, and we have a regular pathway. There was always migration. There will always be migration. And now more than ever, we're a small country, but we're very cognizant of what we have to do in order to help migrants. We have our regular pathways include citizenship, we have permanent residence, we have immigrant status, we have work permits, we have student visas, we have extensions, we have entry visas, we have special entry visas. Those are the most important services that we offer. But I know we're interested today in the safe pathways for migrants, particularly those that are undocumented and those that are irregular. And the government of Barbados, she's now the chair of CARICOM, and much has been done with encouraging persons to work and live in Barbados. And we try wherever possible to facilitate and encourage people when they come, persons, we're a destination country. So you'll find many persons coming in transit to go into other countries. So we try wherever possible to entertain them, let them be dignified, and make them understand that we're here to welcome you and not to judge you. And things have gone from good to better, and I'm sure we'll get even better than better as time goes on. For example, we have, and I have to make this short, I have about 500 slides, so I'm just trying to pick out the most important ones. So the IOM deal helps us significantly when it comes to training and whatever we need to help us for migrants. And we thank you for that. The diaspora as well. We have persons coming in, we have persons leaving Barbados, but nowadays, in the early 60s, we had a mass exodus of persons going from Barbados, and the foreign affairs are the ones who are responsible for the returning nationals. We encourage them to come. We give them a lot of perks to come home. But the challenge, though, with migrants coming in, the illegal ones, that we try to help them. We encourage them to get work permits. We encourage them to stay. But the problem is with housing. We're a very small country, and that's where we depend on international agencies to help us in that respect. So. So our basic agenda is to help persons who need the help safely. The team today is helping people to move safely and orderly. And that is what that's what we concentrate on at the ports of entry and at the immigration office, along with our home ministry of affairs. So I don't know if there's anything in particular that anyone would want to ask that I can address, but basically we are there. We are very cognizant of the need to help people reintegrate in society and help those who come. No, we're not signing on to the refugee asylum status, but we work closely with UNHCR as well to give any assistance for those persons who are given certificates and want to remain in Barbados until they're placed elsewhere. So that's my contribution for this evening, and thanks again for being able to speak to the gathering.
Gracias a la delegación de Barbados.
Thank you, Barbados.
Ahora tengo en mi lista a México.
Mexico, you're recognized. Thank you, Chair. First of all, I'd like to thank UN Network for Migration and ECLAC for hosting this meeting. We're thankful for the comments of all panelists. Something clear is that there can be no inclusion without consular protection. The protection of Mexicans abroad, as have said Minister Claudia, is a part of our policy. Mexico has the largest consular network ever, with 53 consulates in the United States. We have a program to support Mexicans in the United States with 4 pillars: to strengthen legal protection, to improve access to consulate services, to expand strategic partnerships, and to go to the communities through open door consulates. Here we also have a consular cooperation that our colleague from Guatemala talked about. So we'll see you at our moving consulate in Orlando this week. Our presentations aim at being close to the community, and the open door consulates go where Mexicans are, even in faraway countrysides. And this continuous dialogue is extremely important in those places where there are anti-migrant policies penalizing migrants because they undermine their rights to basic rights. And that is why we also have an observatory of anti-migrant laws, a public access list with full recommendations to migrants to safeguard their integrity.
We need to be really including because we need to have all these services and in their languages with the information in 15 original languages in all the consulates. And in this way, we guarantee the service and we recognize also the First Nations, putting at the core of this the diversity in terms of linguistics and culture. Thanks to these strategic partnerships, our consular offices are inclusive centers, and we have advanced very significantly in the issues of social security. And today we are promoting the inclusion of the self-employed employed that gives access to this social security system. And this allows the migrants to have different benefits, including savings, for example, for retirement. And I would like to share with you that in the implementation of these principles of the feminist policy in Mexico, we have the policy for the comprehensive attention to women, for the protection of women and children in Mexico with the perspective of gender in this country. And we have a program for entrepreneurs abroad, seeking to empower women through the entrepreneurial activities, facilitating the access to workshops in order to empower them and to provide this economic independence. And we have many women who are an inspiration for their families and their communities. As it has been pointed out by many of the delegations, we are convinced that the migrants are change agents, and based on these public policies, we increase the inclusion of the destinations and origin countries. It's very important to include the good practices that are already included in the progression or progress principles, and also in, including other mechanisms against discrimination and xenophobia. The human rights of the migrants are not tradable. Mexico will continue to watch over the due process of all the um, migrants that can encounter some legal proceedings, and we um, expect that we can have principles around this perspective in the region. Thank you. Thank you. I still have five more statements. And to guarantee that everybody can make a contribution, I would thank if you can be very concise. Peru has the floor now. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I would like to speak about the number 14, the consular protection. I fully agree that we need to urge the region so that this diplomatic issue, the political issue, is completely linked to the consular activities. We need to have a humanitarian approach. As my Mexican colleague said, if there is no consular protection, there is no inclusion at all. There is not even basic protection of our fellow citizens, and they shouldn't be damaged by the good or bad decisions made by our politicians. So I think that this is fundamental, and I think that is a very important message to be conveyed in this meeting. I would like to acknowledge also the offer by our Mexican colleague. We have 16 of these offices in the United States, and we are putting a lot of pressure to take care of the deported citizens in the last 2.5 years, and this number is going up and up. And there are some areas where we do not have coverage. In Louisiana, for example, Mexico maybe has, and some other countries don't. So we should have a discussion very actively on these matters, and to use the premises of other countries to this end. In these 16 localities, we have this consular cooperation to use these itinerary consular offices, as we say. I would like to speak about the access to the basic services. As Pablo pointed out, the idea is that the migration is not a phenomenon that should be underscored when we speak about these public issues. In the Peruvian case, we need to have initiatives that are interinstitutional to train the responsible parties. For example, in the case of education, we need to have registration, training, and also to go and attract the different immigrants, including for the schools of high performance. And we already had a very good example of cooperation with the IMO to facilitate the social and economic classification of these migrants. And concerning now the objective 16 for social cohesion and integration in 2024, our department presented an orientation guide for the refugees and migrants through a center of information for migrants. And this has been very valuable and showing the services that are available out there for the migrants so that they can have access to these orientation or counseling services so that they can be retrained or update their training to further develop their economic situation. In the political arena, I should say that we have changed the law for municipalities to acknowledge the rights of the migrants to participate in the municipal electoral activities. And this is the case for the people who have stayed in the country for over 2 years. Finally, concerning the contribution to or the transfer of remittances, we have modified in December 2024 our law for the general tax on the revenue. And we seek to be exempt. The remittances are exempt from the application of taxes. And remittances in Peru represent over $5 billion in 2024, 1.7% of national GDP. Now, in Objective 22 for social protection, we should say that the undersigning of international agreements is a strategic central tool that we should not forget. Peru has tried to move forward with other regions, with Quebec in Canada, with Belgium, Austria, Germany, and I think that we need to further move ahead to facilitate this inclusion for our citizens, fellow citizens abroad. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Paraguay has the floor now. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. And I would like to thank for this opportunity to take the floor now in this segment of the session vis-a-vis the commitment that my country has, reflecting the values of my country with a rich migratory tradition where we had a high impact for the national development and in the building of prosperous communities that are integrated in the national territory. And we take the liberty to share with you some of the progress made. As far as the consular activities are concerned, we have launched the unique or just a single recording system to have connection with our fellow citizens with them when they are abroad. And this data will allow to create public policies that are more effective and in accordance with the reality. And we offer also assistance to the citizens with vulnerability, including social funds and programs for the repatriation to facilitate the return and reinsertion of Paraguayans in the country. We do also some itinerary sessions to reach the people where we do not have diplomatic representation. Thanks to the mechanism of cooperation amongst the country of Mercosur, we can give attention to the countries where we do not have a coverage. As far as the basic services are concerned, we provide the same services to migrants as the nationals. The National Service of Migrations does sessions in order to facilitate documentation to the migrants and to prevent the exclusion, social exclusion. And particularly we do activities at the Department of Culture and Science to regularize the migrants in Paraguay to validate the corresponding degrees, professional degrees, in order to guarantee the access to services to all the inhabitants of the country. The government has different initiatives, including some justice houses, Al Ciudad Mujer, and these are sessions to serve the far away and vulnerable communities through comprehensive services with healthcare systems, free assistance, and the right to identity, amongst other measures. As far as inclusion and social cohesion, we have the rapporteur of the United Nations who visited the country in 2022 and witnessed the feeling that the minorities have, including the migrants, that the society in general terms is receiving, receptive, and inclusive. In the Secretariat of Culture, we're doing constant campaigns for the cultural diversity in order to struggle against the xenophobia, including workshops and other activities. This is an effort ongoing to guarantee a society that is more inclusive and fair. In social matters, we have a program for reduction of poverty with the intercultural approach, including the existence of the First Nations and other minority populations. So, respectful approach. After listening to the statements of today and yesterday, understand that it's important to underscore some aspects, including the improvement of access to basic services through or by guaranteeing access and working on regional campaigns against xenophobia. And as we have this difficulty of not having diplomatic representation in all countries, it is important to move towards a digitalization of the consular services, to have a greater coverage and to train the officers in human rights, to foster the associations of migrants with legal status, and finally to create committees of institutional coordination, including the civil society. In Paraguay, we believe and work on this policy of human rights for integration and opportunities for everyone.
Thank you very much. Now I have El Salvador, and that would be the last statement from the states. Afterwards, we have Ajo. Good afternoon. Thank you to ECLAC and IOM for the organization. For El Salvador, this is a priority, and we would like to share with you the main progress we've made. El Salvador is a country that has developed different initiatives for the protection and comprehensive care of the needs of the diaspora, recognizing it as a key partner for development. We have 104 consulates around the world. Since 2019, the administration of President Bukele has modernized consular services and brings consular services to Salvadorians and helps them in the vindication of their rights. We have 2 online consulates that are the Distant Assistance Center for Salvadorians, and they provide information, assistance on different topics of interest regarding migration. This online consulate serves the United States, Canada, and Mexico, and another one serves those who are in Europe, providing the possibility of scheduling visits or others. And it also 37 rooms for breastfeeding have been created in consulates in countries like the United States, Mexico, Colombia, Argentina, amongst others. Our public health network, El Salvador, has the program A Safe Salvadorian that provides online medical assistance to Salvadorians living abroad and also to beneficiaries in the country. Some of the services provided are preventive care and health control, lab exams and diagnostic tests, emergency care, hospitalization, elective surgery, and other procedures. Cultural spaces and artistic spaces have been opened to promote the identity of our diaspora, facilitating a dignified and safe space for recreational purposes. We have become the safest country of the Western Hemisphere. Our criminality dropped by 95% as compared with 2015. We used to have one of the highest criminality rates in the world. The impunity rate associated to homicides decreased drastically from 97%. It moved to only 5% in 2024. That was since 2019. This shows the strengthening of justice institutions that have clarified violence cases and that guarantee that those that are responsible face the legal consequences. We promote exchange of information between institutions on possible victims of trafficking and smuggling for those that are in the process of return, and take care of the vulnerability of our population. We also provide assistance to migrants that conclude their migration path and that were victims of some kind of crime while on their way. Thank you for listening to me, and I congratulate you again. Thank you very much to the delegation of El Salvador and to the other states that have participated. We conclude then with the statements by the states, and now I offer the floor to Pajo. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to thank and congratulate the United Nations Network for Migration, the member states, ECLAC, IOM, and UNHCR. Health is a right, and most constitutions of the world consider that health is a right. Nonetheless, the access of the national populations to health is not easy and has a cost, and most of the countries are not capable of covering those needs. This is why the health ministers of the Americas met in 2016 to generate a strategy for migration and health. With the increase of massive migration since 2018, roughly, the ministers met again in Washington in an extraordinary meeting because they realized that the generosity with which Venezuela had treated the migrants of many countries, particularly from Latin America, and it is the first country in the world that accepted refugees and many migrants. Now, its population abroad required care. The ministers agreed a new strategy, including the access to health services, disease care for diseases, etc., including decrease in xenophobia and discrimination. All these things have been established in the countries, and the countries have adopted and generated national rules for the access to health services. During COVID-19, we had the biggest challenge in the last 100 years after the pandemic of 2018. At that point in time, the access to critical elements for the population of the Americas depended 90% from outside of the region. If it hadn't been for the contribution of Canada, of the United States, of Spain, of the European Union, and many other countries, the population of our countries and the migrant population would not have had access to those critical care services. Today, the ministers are negotiating a new migration and health strategy, and it will be approved in September of this year. So I invite the participants of this meeting, the agencies and the governments, to contribute to that strategy, because it is a strategy that will be there for 10 years, and I believe it can help solve the challenges that the countries have, because migrants contribute to all the areas of society to the same extent that countries are generous with them. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much to the delegation from PAHO. Well, so we conclude this session, and I apologize to all the persons that back there raised their hands, but I don't have time to offer the floor to you because we have run out of time. But I invite you to continue to participate in the next sessions tomorrow, and then maybe you will have the possibility of participating even more. I thank the members of this session for their presentations, and I thank the states that have contributed, and I give the floor back to the chair to close the session. Thank you very much. I would like to express my thankfulness for the richness of the statements and the commitment shown by the participants. The shared perspectives show the importance of collective action in order to approach the challenges of migration in our region. Let us maintain this trust until tomorrow. Let us make sure that our dialogue will be translated into concrete steps towards a safe, orderly, and regular migration. Thank you to you all for your dedication, and see you tomorrow. I will offer the floor to Pamela. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Some information for you and a brief comment in the closing of this panel. I would like to thank Byron for having volunteered to moderate this panel. Each panel was coordinated by different agencies, and in this case, the preparatory work and during the process was headed by the UNDP and by UNICEF that couldn't come. So our recognition and thanks to them, and our greetings to our colleague Joanna Sainz. I hope she is watching us from some place. So that recognition on the one hand, and on the other hand, I would like to thank that interagency work that Byron has demonstrated here in by occupying the place that the UNDP where Johanna should have been instead of being with panel 3. And now we invite you to two activities. On the one hand, there's a side event that had a change in schedule, the role of precursor countries and key stakeholders in migration governance, data management, and consular assistance in Latin America and the Caribbean. The organizers are the Foreign Affairs Ministry and Human Mobility Ministry from Ecuador and Government of Peru. Enrique Iglesias room. And we will also have at the level of the garden Esplanada, we will have a reception offered by one of our stakeholders, the Global Humanitarian Agency of the Methodist Church. Part of the members of the compact are organizations based on faith. Now we will be offered a reception so that we can continue to share between governments and the civil society. So you go to the first floor and then to the garden.
Listo, entonces pueden escoger su actividad.
So you can pick the activity that you wish.
you.